well, 3 weeks left. 3 or 4 weeks. So it's the time to get it. Yeah. By the way, I'm trying to get you building permits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's before the document. You have to find 3 years of financial statements, 4 letters of reference, and we're going to ask you ridiculous questions in the same sentence, but a different way. Every answer has to be different. Good. Also, you're going to say
I haven't. No, I don't. I saw that it popped up. Oh, yeah, probably.
I know Jess said, she hasn't really said.
Yeah, I'm like,
Over to you.
no, it works.
Yeah.
Peter, did you send it to my township email or to my northern select email? Do you know?
Okay. These are COVID signs.
Madam Clerk, are we almost ready?
I'm trying to hold it together.
Or not quite? Oh.
Let me check too. Let me check my. No, they do it to a Gmail account now.
Council, I wonder if we could call this meeting to order.
We're busy talking.
Council, we'll call this meeting to order in 1 minute when Mr. Cooper has finished talking. And I'm throwing it right back at you. Okay, so we're almost ready on the presentation. So we'll call this meeting to order at 9:05. And I'd like to begin with a land acknowledgement. We want to acknowledge that we are on the lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. They continue to care for this land. They continue to shape the Township of Georgian Bay today, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today in guiding our decisions and actions. Meg which. And as you all know, it's my habit generally to expand upon the land acknowledgement each time that I make it. And today I'm choosing to postpone that expansion until the last item we will address today in our Committee of the Whole meeting with regards to reconciliation. So I will at this point then go on immediately to the next on our agenda, which is a declaration of pecuniary interest, and wondering whether any of my fellow councillors have any pecuniary interest they wish to declare. Seeing none, we're going to go straight into deputations. Our first deputation is from Mr. David Sweetnam, Executive Director of Georgian Bay Forever on the Seabin project. Mr. Sweetnam, the floor is yours. I wonder if we should close the doors while we're... Oh, sorry. We want a little air circulation, apparently. It must be spring. People want windows open and doors. It's a wonderful thing. Sorry for the interruption, Mrs. Sweetnam.
No worries. Thank you. Pleasure to be here, Mayor and Council. Today, I specifically just wanted to give you a little update on a project we've been working on called Divert and Capture, which is to address microfibers that are getting into the water. What we've seen is that every sample of Laurentian Great Lakes beer contains microfibers. The processed drinking water, tap water, contains microfibers. So we're starting to eat.
Excuse me, were you doing professional sampling of the beer? Is that what you're telling me?
That's the perks of the job, right? So once we start eating our own garbage, I mean, or drinking it, it starts to become, a significant concern, I think, for the community. And so we've been working with the University of Toronto. We started a pilot project up in Parry Sound where we actually installed filters in 100 homes on the washing machines. And people are familiar with your dryer. When you go to clean the lint trap out of your dryer, that's a lot of microfibers. But imagine in your washing machine, there's fibers that are just going right down the drain. right into the sewage system. The sewage treatment plants aren't designed to filter out these tiny microscopic little particles, and they go right through the system. About 90% of them get trapped, but 10% go right through the system into the water. The ones that get trapped are in the sludge, and that sludge typically is being spread on farm fields, and then it's washing off the farm field and getting into the water supply. So there's more plastic waste in the Great Lakes per volume right now than in the Pacific Ocean, and yet we've all heard of the Great Pacific Gyre and the garbage patch out there and so on. When you're actually in that garbage patch in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, as Dr. Chelsea Rockman has been and tells us, you don't see an island of floating trash. It's all these tiny little bits of plastic and microfibers that are out there. And they're in the Arctic. They're all over the world right now. So what we undertook was to put these filters in place and just see if they could possibly divert plastic, if that was possible. And in fact, what we've seen in the first 3 months, we've collected 7 kilograms of fibers from 70 homes. At the time we did the first collection, we only had 70 of our first 100 people installed. And we, in that sampling, when U of T analyzed it, we were able to capture about 3 million microfibers. So they didn't get into the water up in Parry Sound. That's statistically significant enough that we can see at the sewage treatment outflow pipe, we can see the drop. We can see the difference. So that's pretty interesting finding to begin with. We've now doubled that thanks to some monies that RBC has granted us up there, so we're installing another 100 filters. There'll be 200 filters installed. But ultimately, we see ourselves as needing to advocate to institutions, manufacturing associations and so on, for the actual manufacturer to put filters back into the washing machines like they used to be back in the 50s and 60s. And then they got taken out to reduce prices, right? So that's a neat project. It's going to be published as a scientific paper, peer-reviewed, and it will be cited around the world. And as we've been doing this project, we started to get some interest from other municipalities, both in Europe, but also in North America. And Collingwood came up and asked us if we would, in fact, do the same type of project in Collingwood. So we're now undertaking to fund 500 households in Collingwood and get the filters installed. And I've signed up a Collingwood volunteer here, so that's great. So that's the project that we're doing on the scientific side. And as we were doing that project, we came across this technology called a Seabin. And you can think of a Seabin as a pool skimmer floating in the water. And it actually has a pump in it, needs to have electricity, be attached to a dock somewhere. And it would suck all of the plastic waste within about a 50-meter radius of it, or if it's in the right spot, with the wind and wave action kind of moving material like that into a concentrator position, it can continue to remove about 1.4 tons of plastic waste a year. So floating plastic bags, but also things, big things like leaf litter. If you have floating milfoil, like we have in Church Bay, the invasive plant that's there and breaks off, it will catch big things like that, but it would not impact phytoplankton or algae or microscopic organisms. There's 2 purposes for this. Number 1 is to catch floating waste, water bottles and things like that that are going to be captured by it. But 2 is as an opportunity to educate the public with signage, talking about their behaviors and what ends up in the water. Somebody throws a cigarette butt on the street, it washes into the lake, washes into Georgian Bay. And then it floats around, and then the Seabin captures it, and school kids can then look at all the different types of things that are getting caught by the bin. So we have in Collingwood and the Township of the Archipelago, Township of Parry Sound, we've come to councils to ask for a letter of support for our funding application for the project that we're trying to get funded. We're not asking for any money, just a letter of support for our project so that we can go back to the funders and say, look, we've got interest from municipalities here. They see it as an opportunity to not only clean the water, but also help educate the public. We do have a couple of marinas that have purchased these and installed them up in Point O'Barrel, Beacon Marine and Des Masdens They own both now, so they bought two. The Township of the Archipelago is looking at potentially putting one in at one of their marinas, Pleasant Point Marina. And I was just at Town of Perry Sound last week and asked for the same thing, a letter of support, but we anticipate funding this, not having to come to council for money to fund the capital acquisition. But we would like to also ask for you to consider, if we're successful, in helping us with the operation. So having somebody go and clean out the filter bag periodically. We may be able to do public-private partnerships. We don't have it firm. And also power supply. So if we were able to install this at the town dock, as an example, in Church Bay, can we power it? Can we actually install it on the town dock? And can we have somebody come and clean it out? So Georgian Bay Forever's role, we'd like to do the public education, help do the signage, co-brand that, etc. And simply at this point ask council for consideration of a letter of support for the project. And be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Sweetnam, I'm going to ask initially, didn't we already give you a letter of support?
For this project, I don't think it was for this project.
Your worship, we did.
Oh, did you? Why didn't Amber tell me?
We pre-did that.
Oh, perfect.
Just because
Thank
your
you.
deadline was very tight, if you're talking about the March 6th application.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got it into Amber.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Sorry to take your time. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Yanko, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thanks, David. It seems to be in a lot of different projects, so busy man. So the main source of these fibers then is mainly washing machines, is that what you're saying?
Well,
Or
clothing
what are
is
the
a
other
huge,
sources?
yeah, clothing is a huge source of fibers, the fashion industry, but fast fashion as it's called. But also every plastic thing that's called biodegradable technically breaks into smaller and smaller bits of plastic. Not much of it actually biodegrades. Not much of it is made from starch that would actually be really truly biodegradable. So labeling and stuff, there's a lot of misnaming, I think, of things at this time, confusion in the public. So plastic bottles eventually break down. Dock foam, we're finding tons of dock foam in the water right now. Dock foam, the expanded polystyrene that's unencapsulated. They're nurdles, they're called, with the transportation of plastic pellets. Sometimes if there's an accident or a rail car, they blow out of a rail car. We're finding there was a big spill of nurdles in Lake Superior, but we're finding those now down in Georgian Bay. So they've washed down from up in Lake Superior about 7 years ago. So any plastic thing, ropes, the yellow nylon rope that people have around their cottage, you see it start to degrade and turn into powder. That's all microplastics. That all ends up in our bay. Cigarette butts are a microplastic. Not only do they get in the water themselves, but also all of the chemicals that adhere to the cigarette filter, those are chemicals that get in the water. And there's some question as to how in the lake system, the microfibers may be bioaccumulating those. They may be actually absorbing chemicals that are in the water, and then fish are actually eating them. And U of T researchers are finding 100% of the fish samples they took out of Lake Ontario and Lake Huron contain microfibers in the fish too. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, David. Very interesting. How, as a community, on a smaller level, can we help? I mean, can we retrofit washing machines? Do you know?
Yeah, so the filters that we have as a solution now are a little pricey. They're around $200 per unit, and for a lot of people, that's a pretty pricey solution. So we're attempting to try to find ways of working with the manufacturers to have those actually installed by the manufacturer in the unit. But obviously, that would mean there's a 20-year kind of gap between an old washing machine that's currently filterless in place and it going out of service. So there are these filter technologies that have like a removable bag. They look like the blue water filter units that you mount on your wall to filter your water. They look just like that, but they have a little small pore-sized bag in them. And that's the technology we're using in our, so possibly at some point, if this does take off and have legs, I remember when low-flow toilets were starting to come out, there were some incentives that were provided by various municipalities to incentivize consumers to put low-flow toilets in. Possibly programs like that might be useful in order to kind of deal with the economic and social justice elements of it. People that are volunteers in our program get a free filter, so they don't have to pay for it and they can keep it after the program's done. So that's one benefit of volunteering early.
And just
But,
to supplement to that, and is there information somewhere on your website or
Yes.
where we can purchase that?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent, okay.
And
because-
we're working with the manufacturer who happens to be from the US, but they're now working with distribution in Canada to try to make sure they can land the filters and
Because there's a
keep the
number of
price
us on
down.
the lake that have washing machines for sure. So
Yeah.
it would be great to even at a local level be able to encourage.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
great.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you for the presentation, Dave. That's really interesting stuff. The Seabin, going to the Seabin, are they working on technology to try and power this with alternate energy as opposed to a direct line in? I'm thinking of if you can put this on a solar panel that floats beside it, then you don't have to worry about where you moor it. And
Yeah.
it can be quite advantageous to a lot of people.
So Seabin, as far as we know, the company itself isn't, but when we did the presentation of the Township of the Archipelago, at the transfer stations, they have no power. And that was one of the things we actually started to talk about is what kind of power requirements and what kind of solar panel installations would be needed to power these kind of off-grid locations.
Yeah.
So I'll keep you posted on what we find out about that.
That would be really interesting.
Yeah.
And then just one other question is, if we find a local, somebody volunteer, somebody from our staff that can empty the bin, provided we give the okay for setting it up, would we be monitoring how much and what comes out of that bin on a regular basis? Would that be part of the, I don't know if it's skill set or
Requirement?
whatever, be required of the volunteer?
Yeah, that would be ideal initially. We do want to capture this kind of at the beginning to see the types of typical things that we're picking up. So in Collingwood, what we will be providing them with is a scale, and the people that are picking it up will have a scale and actually weigh the weight of the material. It won't be onerous. We're not going to ask people to separate different particles out, but we may actually come and say, could you keep the first couple of bags for us, and we will take that away and actually analyze it, figure out what the sources of the microplastics are in each community and see if there's differences.
And then finally, one question going back to the filter for the washing machine. Up here, most of us are on septic, so I guess the impact will not be as direct from a water quality standpoint, but I presume it's something we're still trying to promote anyway. Would that be correct?
It's correct. However, there are impacts in two ways. When eventually you get the solids pumped out, they go to a sewage treatment facility. So the microfibers that you accumulate eventually do end up at the wastewater treatment plant. And secondly, as the microfibers get through your filter system into the percolating beds and the aeration fields, and with time, we anticipate that the lifespan of the beds themselves will be diminished. So yeah, so the more you can trap before it goes into even your septic system, the better. Yep.
Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, thanks, David. This is fascinating and certainly interesting. A few questions. How long do the filters last?
The actual filters in the washing machines?
Yes.
So the filter bag itself, about 3 years.
Okay.
You can wash them each time you use them. You kind of rinse them out.
Right.
But that's just a small replacement cost inside of the filter unit itself.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the idea of putting one in Churches Bay and for our council and staff to look at the feasibility of doing that. We have a lot of tourism that come up and stand on those docks, and if they see this and there's some sort of signage explaining what it is, I think it'll be a fever. It'll catch on pretty quick.
Yeah.
I'm of the thought that anything we manufacture, we're stuck with forever, unfortunately. We have a planet that's sealed. We can't get rid of it. What are you doing with these fibers once you collect them, because they're still here?
Yeah. So when we finish collecting the fibers, they go to a landfill, right? Which is where all of the old clothing and stuff like that goes to now. What we really are trying to do is promote in the industry better selection of fibers to begin with, and be able then to not accumulate these in the ecosystem. We're working on a number of initiatives with plastic, and you'll probably be aware that the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment has got a charge to put zero plastic waste solution forward for Canada. We're working with that group, and one of the funding sources that we're looking at for this specific project is monies that they've made available for zero plastic waste. So that's talking about a circular economy for plastics and being able to actually close the loop and not have them end up in the landfill.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Cooper?
Morning, David.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Great, how are you?
I'm pretty well. Thanks for coming. Maybe this is a dumb question, but anyway. So we put a filter on a washing machine, which then filters the breakdown of fabrics and so on, and it would go into, in my case of the cottage, into a septic system. What about the rest of the gray water? Is the high, maybe you answered this already, and that's why I'm trying to understand. There's a lot of gray water from a house, a cottage, and what happened, how much of the microfibers are coming from a washing machine versus from other gray water sources?
So most of the microfibers that are showing up in the water are coming from fabrics. They're coming from the actual materials that we wear. If you look when the sun's coming through, like the dust motes that you see floating around in the air, a lot of those today are now, polypropylene or different types of materials that you're wearing. On our website, we have a list of all of the sources of microfibers and microplastics. So the bigger plastics, what we call the microplastics, those are coming from the breakdown of plastics like dock foam and bags, plastic bags that degrade, those types of materials. Cigarette butts are a huge contributor to that because people smoke and just throw it, not realizing it washes right down through the storm sewers into the lake. So, but in your home, like if you're having food, that's not a source of microfibers. If you're washing dishes, that's not a source of microfibers. So it's mostly coming from the washing machine in the house. Yeah.
So it might be 5% versus 95% or something like that in the household. Is there any sort of science that's been studying that?
Like the concentration, you mean, of the microfibers in the home? Yeah, the researcher, Lisa Ertl, that's working at U of T, will have all of that enumerated. And so that'll be part of the paper that gets published when we put that out. Yeah.
But your general sense is that most of it's from the washing machine
Yeah, that's the major source. Yes.
So,
Microphone, please.
so what we can do is make sure that we have at some point a filter on our washing machine and also be mindful of styrofoam and polypropylene ropes, things like that.
Yep, and how often you wash clothes. There's some behavioral changes that people can make.
Right.
You wear a pair of jeans, you don't need to wash them every time you wear them, as an example. Kids like the jeans that are all cut, right, with holes in them already. But those are actually shedding tons of microfibers, literally, in North America. So buy higher quality clothing to begin with, wash it less frequency. With less frequency, use cold water instead of hot water. There's a number of behavioral suggestions that we have on our website.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, do you want to turn? Everybody else has had one, just wanted to make sure.
No, I'm just shopping online to buy one right now. I can see I could buy one on Amazon.com in the States for $149. I could buy it for $139 outside of Amazon,
Yeah.
but they're over $300 in Canada.
Yeah, so that will be $200 as soon as they get it sorted out with Amazon Canada. And Amazon Canada is looking at bringing them across the border and warehousing them in Canada. That's what's happening with the manufacturer right now. So we're trying to address the price. Because to have somebody buy a $400 washing machine and then need to buy a $200 filter to put on it seems a little ridiculous to us. So, yeah.
They'll still be $200 Canadian by the time you take that $139, $149 American converted to Canadian.
So
duties.
once it gets put in at the manufacturing point, then the manufacturer can build the systems and the supports for it. They don't need to do the extra housings. That will be part of the stream of flow of the machine, as it used to be, and as it is still in some countries. Like in Japan, they still have filters in washing machines, but in North America, they took them out to save a little bit of money to make a little more profit, right? So, Yeah.
So I do have one question. Are you intending to provide a input to the fashion industry to stop selling these jeans that are pre-ripped?
Yeah, and the fashion industry itself is recognizing that this is an issue, and fast fashion and the types of materials that are being used, we've been in touch with them and invited them to come up to a number of talks that we've done in Parry Sound. And as we continue our public education, we'll continue to work with them to do that. They're a little slow, I would say, in picking this up, because it's not the way the industry has been driven, but they are starting to recognize it as a social license problem and starting to work towards solving it. So yeah, there was a CBC news report that just came out where you'll possibly have seen, but it is posted on our website, with Lisa Ertl at the U of T. And then the fashion representative that we work with, the fast fashion person, was interviewed in that same thing. And then Brooke, our staff, was interviewed up in Parry Sound too. So we're doing the best we can to push people, but.
Councillor Cooper.
I just wanted to comment that as a result of your talk, once we get those filters, Councillor Jarvis has agreed to stop washing his socks in the sink. So we're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, you put them in your washing machine with the filter rather than in your sink. Good.
All right, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate your coming and presenting this to us. Council, we don't have any resolution at this point, but I don't know if we should make a general direction to staff to look into this and to possibly bring a report to us next month, or and certainly at the very least follow up with David and GBF to see what options make sense for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next deputation is from Asha Shonday? Aisha Shondet. I should have just let you pronounce it first, so I apologize. Aisha Shondet from the Severn Sound Environmental Association, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor Cooper, Council and staff. The opportunity to present our results from our open water monitoring program in Harbour and tributary monitoring of the Severn River. Be advised, you have more slides in your package than what we have time to go through in depth today, so please refer to those for more detail if you need to. Just a reminder that the Severn Sound Environmental Association is your joint municipal service board, and we're here to provide support and expertise on environmental issues. SSEA carries out many activities in the township, and today I will be focusing on water quality and watershed monitoring. There are a number of reasons why we want to monitor water quality Honey Harbour is also shallow and it's as well with the open waters. I've also provided some background here just on the process of temperature stratification and oxygen depletion, which does occur in North Bay and South Bay. And again, I can answer any more detailed questions at the end. So to get into the good stuff here, to put 2019 water quality results into context, it's helpful to compare them to long-term averages and also to water quality targets that were set out in the Severn Sound Remedial Action Plan program. The variables discussed here are often used to assess the nutrient status of a water body. So as you probably know, phosphorus and nitrogen are key nutrients for algae, with phosphorus being the more limiting nutrient. On this slide, the results in blue show results that were better than the long-term average, and those in red are worse than the long-term average. Results highlighted in yellow did not meet ground targets. So for 2019, results showed that total phosphorus concentration didn't meet the ground target in South Bay. The target for water clarity was not met in any of the Honey Harbour locations, and clarity was worse in 2019 compared with the long-term average at all locations. Core fillet was better than the long-term average in North Bay and the open water site, but worse in South Bay and Honey Harbour. Although values at all locations did meet the ground target. Keep in mind these core fill results may change when we get the remaining 2019 data in. And finally, only the Honey Harbour station met the RAP target for the seasonal minimum dissolved oxygen concentration. Another way to look at water quality is to focus on trends over the long term, so usually with at least 5 years worth of data. Overall, water quality in North Bay is holding quite steady, with deteriorating conditions in South Bay and Honey Harbour. These are related to water clarity and algae growth, and increasing total phosphorus in South Bay. Focusing in on algae and looking at some of the seasonal patterns in algae communities, which is shown on the left there, we see very different dominance in South Bay as compared to the other sites. Throughout the season, North Bay and Honey Harbour are mainly dominated by golden algae, while the open water site is dominated by diatoms. South Bay, however, shows early season dominance by golden algae, similar to North Bay, but towards later in the season, Lucan algae or cyanobacteria start to dominate in midsummer and persisting into the fall. Note this doesn't indicate necessarily the presence of surface blooms, since our samples are constant, so taken down from about between 5 and 7 meters all the way up to the water surface. Some cyanobacteria species can dominate a very narrow depth range in the water column, and previous sampling that we've done of pigment profiles and graph samples have shown that there are species that flourish at specific depths, but these are all greater than 4 meters in South Bay. It's important that Township Council and staff, as well as residents, know that they can report any suspected blue-green algae blooms to the Spills Action Center, the phone number is on the slide here, and also to the SSAA, so we can facilitate follow-up investigation. In terms of annual trends, which is shown on the right there, there's been an increase in the amount of cyanobacteria in South Bay in recent years. So that's the light blue on the South Bay graph there. And a shift to larger amounts of golden algae at all sites. This shift to golden algae and also the cyanobacteria increases could be a combination of both nutrient and content factors. The other factor controlling algae populations are zooplankton. So zooplankton, which doesn't get talked about quite as much, are the microscopic invertebrates that float around in the lake and create the food web link between algae and fish. Large-bodied species like Daphnia feed heavily on algae, and without them, algae can really go unchecked in terms of growth. Looking at the annual average zooplankton on the graphs here, in terms of biomass, we see decreasing trends at all stations, including our open water site, meaning less grazing pressure on algae, which can result in excess growth. So switching locations now, in 2018, SSAA collected samples in Mason Bay and Oak Bay to understand and get a sense of baseline water quality, and also to compare conditions to other sites in Severn Sound. results show that following reductions in the 70s and 80s, phosphorus levels have not changed since about the 90s, and 2019 results are meeting provincial objectives. However, we do see chloride levels that are increasing. We also measure temperature downstream of the Bayview Dam, which we use to determine timing windows for walleye spawning and make recommendations to the Trans Severn Waterway to ensure that the optimal amount of flow comes over the dam during that timing window. For the first time in 2019, we sampled invertebrates at a site downstream of the Baxter Lake Dam in order to establish a baseline for that site and get a sense of the water quality coming out of Baxter Lake and into South Bay. Benthic invertebrates, if you're not familiar, live on the bottom of streams, rivers, and lakes, and are a really excellent indicator of water quality because they do have limited pollution and habitat tolerances. So at this site, we found that there was good habitat with a moderate density and diversity of invertebrates, and several metrics that we calculated using both the numbers and types of invertebrates present indicated good water quality. The sampling will continue every other year in the mix with the rest of our benthic sampling around the watershed, and is done at no additional cost to the township. I won't read this through, but this list basically provides suggestions of things that landowners can do to protect water quality on their own property, and was included in articles that we prepared for both the Honey Harbour Association News Magazine and also the Gloucester Pool Cod Association annual magazine, and both of these will be coming out in the spring. So just to summarize, water quality is fair to good depending on where in the Honey Harbour area you are. We have observed an increase in phosphorus in South Bay, increases in algae biomass in Honey Harbour and South Bay, with corresponding decrease in water clarity. Surface cyanobacteria blooms have been absent from the Honey Harbour area during SSCA monitoring, and we have not received any reports of blooms. North and South Bays experience anoxic conditions in the bottom waters, which does lead to release of phosphorus and metals from the lake sediments, and this can support algae growth. 2018 water quality in Macy's and Oak Bays was considered good and was similar to nearby locations in Severn Sound. Finally, we are recommending that the water quality committee be reestablished to allow for further discussion on monitoring priorities and stewardship options as well, particularly for the South Bay area. And I would just like to close by thanking all of our municipal and external partners, and especially the Township of Georgian Bay, for the support of the SSCA as a whole, and also particularly of this Honey Harbour monitoring program.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I don't know if this report was distributed to us. Is it? Oh.
It's separate to our agenda. It's in the document center.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that one. Council?
Literally just put it in.
Oh, it's just a,
It's in the document center versus the portal with the agenda package.
okay. Any councillor have any questions or concerns that they'd like to raise? Councillor Bocek.
The two that are very near and dear to, I think, all of council are the Macy's Bay and the Oak Bay testing. And this is something new that you just implemented in 2019, 2018. So I think what would be of value to us, staff and council, is if we could benchmark where we started in 2018 and then do a comparative each year, and so that we can see the changes in all the different levels of whether it be algae or any particulates. The report is very long and concise and enters into a lot of different areas that don't really affect us directly, but those two do. So if we had some sort of report that benchmarked it, here we were in 2018, here we are in 2019, here we are in 2020, we can probably understand it quite easily that way, and give us a reference to give to people, our constituents that are concerned with this as well. And thank you for the report.
Councilor Cooper.
Councillor Bocek, thank you. You reminded me of something about Oak Bay that we might want to ask SSEA, and that is, as I understand it, there was supposed to be some benchmarking done for Oak Bay before the construction started, shall we say, to measure afterwards, especially as it pertains to chemicals from a golf course and so forth. Do you know if, as I recall, that may not have been done, but if it was, it would be helpful to have that benchmark going back whenever that started, when that project started. It might have been 8 or 10 years ago, I would think. But I think that would be the ideal benchmark, because there's a lot that's happened since that time, and it'd be interesting to see where we are now, even compared to then. So you might want to just let us know if there's anywhere that we can, maybe you can get that information from Oak Bay.
So just to clarify, with this sampling, so this wasn't sampling.
Is your microphone on?
Is that better? Oh, yeah. This wasn't sampling that the SSEA undertook, but that like a consultant did before construction? Is that where you're?
I'm not saying you did it. I'm saying there might be another source.
Oh, okay, okay.
For benchmarking.
Yep.
There should have been another source. I think it probably is what I'm saying, but if there is, I think it would be helpful to know. Thank you.
Councilor Yanko.
Thank you, Asia, for your report. I talked to Julia about this earlier in the year, and I'm glad to see you've written some articles to be published in the Honey Harbour Hoots and the Gloucester Pool newsletter. I think Julie was talking about the idea of having some kind of a public meeting this summer on the Honey Harbour. I don't know if it's going to be at the AGM or a separate meeting. You know, we've done quite a bit of work over the last several years, and I think we need to get to the point where we can get some feedback from the local community as to what they think they can do and programs that maybe can be started by the Honey Harbour Association and their membership to try to improve water quality, or at least get an understanding of what they can do, be it limited or whatever. But I think we should still proceed with that, and I would talk to the president of the Honey Harbour Association as to what would be best for their membership. But I think it's worthwhile to have some kind of a program. And I appreciate your presentation today, but I think it was a bit too technical for the layman if you were going to present that information to the community. Dummy it down a bit so they can get a feel of what are the major issues and how they can address each of those issues. So I think that's something that should be done sometime this year.
I'm seeing no other hands, so I'm going to say thank you very much. We greatly appreciate all the information, and I'm sure you're going to hear back from us further as we dig into the report and come up with other questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Council, next on our list is the consent agenda. And the motion in front of me reads, be it resolved the council adopts the consent agenda of March 10th, 2020 as circulated. Councilor Cooper.
Just for clarification, so we're acknowledging the acceptance of all of these items, A through M, is that correct?
Unless anyone chooses to pull any of them for discussion.
So I wanted to talk about that, because I believe yesterday, under the planning committee resolutions, that the resolutions hadn't been recirculated to the planning committee, the minutes and so forth, back to the planning committee. I think that came out in our meeting yesterday, and so therefore I don't know, especially I'm looking at item, so I think the third item, which references what was discussed with respect to type 1 fish habitat and PSWs. I think there was some concern from the committee that perhaps this wasn't a full reflection of what was discussed, so I would suggest that we pull this and not accept it until the minutes have been reviewed by the committee. And I think that was discussed. Thank you.
Councilor Raines?
Well, I guess I'll wait till discuss, but minutes of meetings is what was said. So the resolution was passed unanimous. On that particular one, the resolution was passed unanimously. It was. No. So I was there. It was unanimous.
Councilor Jarvis?
There are notes attached to that that were not initialed. We discussed the fact that we were not sure that this had been unanimously accepted at the time when we discussed it specifically. With the notes attached to that, a number of us expressed concern that not everybody in that committee was aware of the changes that were made, and you can't tell, looking at the way it's been written, whether they were aware that those changes were made after it was signed and carried or before. We don't know that, and we discussed that
I
specifically.
was there. I saw it.
I understand what you're saying, Paul, but we don't have that. You can't see that in the document itself, is what I'm getting at. It's a matter of perception, that's all.
I'd like to see it pulled and have it reviewed by the committee.
I would like to, okay, we can have that poll, but I'd like, Madam Clerk.
I wasn't at this meeting, but I would just like to speak to a matter of procedure in these types of circumstances. So, yes, this particular motion has handwriting all over it. So do multiple motions of council. This is a common practice, especially when there's friendly amendments and, you know, as the conversation evolves and that type of thing. If a member is unsure of what it is they're voting for at that time, then they can ask the chair to have a moment to step back and reflect. So I don't know offhand if this was unanimous or not, because it's not marked that in either way. And perhaps this is an opportunity to have committees learn about recorded votes. So if there is a motion such as this moving forward that maybe might be a bit contentious or not everyone is on the same page, that we can move forward and have that type of motion move forward so there's a bit more clarity. That being said, this is still the official record that was signed. I know there's some disagreement, and the minutes are a reflection of what has occurred. So whether people agree with the decisions that were made or not as a whole, it still doesn't change what is the history and what are the events that took place. So when these motions come forward to council, it's not a reflection of what certain members have agreed to or disagreed to. It's a reflection of the history and council making a ratification of what those decisions were of council. So these resolutions stand, and if you start questioning one, it may create a snowball effect that in fact will end up, you know, disagreeing with perhaps the integrity of any or all of the committees and their motions. So I'm just cautioning of what this process is meant to be. And we don't necessarily want to say what did and did not happen. I know some members were there, and that is fair. But if we pull this one, I'm just cautioning that this may create a snowball effect, that if someone disagrees, that they can come to council and say, well, I didn't agree with that, therefore I think it should be changed. And that's not the intent, and that's not the process.
Councilor Jarvis?
It is also my understanding that the planning committee resolutions like this are not. When do members of the planning committee actually see the result of the resolutions?
Time. It's read out.
Sorry, after that, it's got to be, it's posted, right? And then those, it's part of the minutes that they don't see until the following meeting, correct?
That's the same as council.
I realize that. I'm just saying that if there was any contention by any member of the committee after the fact, they would not know until the following meeting, so a month down the road.
Councilor Hazelton?
So I'd like to pick up on what our clerk has been talking about, and I appreciate your input on this. I would like to ask a couple questions, though. In a world where you move a motion and then at a subsequent meeting you ratify the motion, we don't have that process in this case because of the time lapse and so on. If we as council approve those minutes, and then if at the next planning committee meeting they choose to say that's not what we thought we had voted on, and they change that, then what is the process to get that corrected? And first of all, I'm really trying to drive at two elements here. Number one, and this, I'm sorry, it's a bit of a broken record because I've been hounding on this topic for a while, but when we pass a motion, that may be changed when we have an opportunity to ratify that motion. And we've seen in closed session recently where we had something recorded as what was passed, and we agreed at the next meeting when we went to ratify that we didn't vote that way. We in fact voted totally different. So there appears to be a need for a ratification process to confirm what we are doing. And in this case, there is no ratification process that has taken place. But given that we have a different body now, we have a council who are attempting to approve a non-ratified resolution from another committee, that causes me great concern. So that's one thing that I think we need to deal with. But additionally, I think we need to understand how we can clean up or tighten up our process of ratification such that we don't have long time frames between the time in which we make a resolution and vote on it and then ratify it. And certainly in the world of handwritten resolution, modified, one would suggest that that is a great candidate to get retyped immediately and put back in the hands of members of a committee or council such that it can be ratified, if you will, almost on the spot and not go 1 or 2 months into the future. Anyways, I'm sorry for talking a lot, but I think you get what I'm concerned about here.
Through your worship, I feel like the term ratification maybe has a different interpretation to the general public as it would to a clerk. So the term ratification to me is, and to every other clerk and through the municipal procedural process, is council approving and accepting what a committee has done. So a committee can't ratify their own motions, right? Only council can ratify their own motions. So I think what we're looking for is maybe some change in process or procedures on how the committee handles their motions, which is certainly something we can implement for the next meeting moving forward. My concern about having a committee meet and then having to wait for, and this is strictly a decision of council, and we're looking at reviewing our procedural bylaw, so perhaps this would be a good time to have these conversations, is the time lapse that occurs, because the planning committee resolutions are not the only committee resolutions that are on this agenda that have not gone back to a committee. Sorry, I feel like
No, we're hearing you.
okay. Are the only ones that aren't coming back to the committee before they're coming to council. So if that is the intent or the will of council to have a committee meet and then have all of their motions and their minutes go back to be approved before it then comes to council, that is fine. That's definitely a process we can do. But now staff are in a lag and can't do anything technically until council ratifies those decisions. So it can hinder the process depending on what the timing is in certain circumstances, especially for a committee that maybe only meets once every couple of months. So that is a process we can take if that's the will of council, that they feel, you know, this is something that needs to be moved forward, but I just caution you because it can hinder and slow down the pace of business. But understanding that there seems to be some concerns or misinterpretation about, you know, the mover and seconder not knowing about perhaps the wording that was changed, but I would also like to note that the mover and seconder, all they are doing is agreeing that this is something that is worthy of being debated and a decision needs to be made. It doesn't necessarily mean that they agree 100% on the end product, and therefore a mover and seconder are not obligated to vote in favor of a motion.
I agree with everything you said.
Yeah.
Thank you. The thing that is interesting about this handwritten motion or resolution is that you usually require us in council here to initial any change in a resolution before it's finally accepted. And what we have here is a resolution that has been changed 2 or 3 times with no signatures of acknowledgement. So that causes me additional concern. So I agree with you. I think we need to figure out a different process. And I hate the fact that there's this big delay.
Right.
But
So
Okay.
perhaps
I'm
it's a
going to
process
stop
change.
this for a
Yeah.
moment. I'm going to stop. Because I think we have to recognize that when we, whether we're a council or a committee or a group, pass a resolution, It's done. It's been read, it's been considered, it's been voted on, it's been done. You can always change it later on if you decide to, a month or two later, say that we want to have another resolution to change our minds. But once a vote is taken, that resolution is done. A month or two later, when you're reviewing the minutes, you're deciding whether the minutes accurately recorded what actually happened. We had one incident in closed, yes, where in the minutes, they had misrecorded what the vote had been taken, but they didn't change the vote on the resolution. It changed the minutes that reported on the resolution. So the resolution itself was written correctly. It just hadn't been recorded in the minutes correctly. So I think we have to be very careful, because if we go too far down this road, we're going to say any resolution we pass, we can then spend the next month contemplating, and at the following meeting say, well, I'm not sure I like the way I voted, and maybe the minutes were wrong. No, we have to have enough attention that when we vote on a resolution, whether we are a council or a committee, at that point it's done. And if second thought wants you to bring the topic up again in another month, that's a whole new conversation that gets initiated and say, well, I know we voted on this, but I think we didn't take into account that, and therefore let's read. But I think we have to be very careful, because if we decide that any resolution we pass today won't count until 1 month from now we approve the minutes,
And staff can't proceed with any of the...
yes, then the resolution becomes almost meaningless. Okay, I know everybody wants to pipe in, but I don't want us to spend the next 2 hours talking about procedure. Yeah. Councillor Bocek, and then Councillor Cooper. Councillor Jarvis, is your hand up as well? Okay, and Councillor Wanko. Okay, let's go.
I agree with what the mayor has said, and if a resolution is not suitable upon reading before you adopt the minutes, you simply vote to rescind it. And that's the end of it. And you can rework it again the next meeting or whatever, but without rescinding the motion or rescinding the resolution, or defeating it, it stays as it is forever. Yeah. We've had that in the past. Thank you.
My only concern is one of transparency. In the matter of planning, things are rather contentious in this municipality. And all I'm seeing, and I'm looking very specifically here, and it could be with any other committee, I just think that for purposes of clarity and better understanding, when we see notes attached to a typed motion that's been signed and passed, you can't tell whether the notes were added before or after. And all I'm suggesting is they get initialed, that's all. At the time. And that's it. And that would be, if I saw the initials there, I'd be happy with it. And that would be it. That's all I ask.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Wanko.
I'm going to make the same point. There are no initials, and there should have been. And so there's a process issue. And furthermore, I would suggest for going forward that it might make some sense to actually, very quickly, these things can be done on your computer and banged out of the printer so that it's all there. So there's really two process things here, and I'm just suggesting that that's why I wanted it pulled, because it wasn't initialed, and I think there's probably going to be some more discussion at the Planning Council about this particular matter, because there's a problem. Thank you.
Councillor Wanko.
Well, first of all, I was the only councillor at that meeting, and we did discuss the written part of it, and it was voted, and all hands went up, because I looked. Okay, so we've had one individual from that committee have second thoughts on it, and that individual has put a whole wrench into the deal, and that's frustrating. But the majority, even if that one individual not happy with it, the majority voted for that as it is written, handwritten, and so on. I agree. Next time it should be signed. And I'm getting to the point now with this individual that we may actually ask for recorded votes all the time, because I'm getting frustrated that people are changing their minds after they make a decision on a resolution and then going to the councillors and having them represent their interests. But the majority of people supported this, and that is the history of this resolution. If council doesn't like the resolution, don't send it back to the committee, because the committee has made the decision. If council doesn't like it, then council, or committee of the whole, then takes up the issue. But the planning committee has made their decision majority-wise.
I think the best we can take from this, frankly, is that there's been some suggestions as to a better way to do it going forward, namely initials and/or retyping, which would be even better. And we could also have recorded votes, and I think that is an important as a go forward. Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Douglas. Councillor Douglas?
Thank you. Just listening to what everybody, I'm not a part of the planning committee, obviously, so just my observation of this is that I would suggest, being that this is a very contentious part of this township, very contentious, which is why we have this committee, and it's a good committee to have, is that we ask for a recorded vote for everything from this point forward, because it's just a time waster. We're not getting, we're not moving the business forward that you want to with your committee. So if that is really what's holding you up, then I would suggest as a council member that I ask that you guys do a recorded vote to stop. As part of your process. I mean, if that's part of what it's going to take.
I was also at that meeting as an observer, not as a participant, and I was quite conscious of this, and that the changes being made were being discussed around the table as they were being made, and it definitely was approved. I cannot confirm that every person stuck their hand up because I wasn't carefully watching that, but it definitely was approved by the majority of members, and these two changes were discussed. So that much I can confirm. Okay.
Might I suggest?
Yes, you might.
From a process perspective, it would be very simple to do more or less the same thing we do at the Committee of Adjustment. You sign for each resolution, not that many resolutions anyway. So you have the chair, and then there's a list of the members of the committee, and they sign off on it. Would that not work?
Well, I think this is a discussion that should probably have between staff and the committee chair.
I'm just making a recommendation.
But I think a number of,
It's a procedural
I
issue.
think that the procedures should be, obviously given the concern, the procedures should be reviewed. Okay, now back to the consent agenda. Would we like, after all this discussion, for that item F to be pulled? Okay, so what we'll do is I'm going to say, be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of March 10th, 2020 as amended, excluding item 5F.
Careful, it's 5F. It looks like PCO4, I believe that is. Yeah, PCO4.
Well, once we pull 5F, we'll approve the consent, and then we'll go to that item, and we may approve it excluding a certain item or something. Not that we want to do the whole discussion all over again, but. So, right now it is, be it resolved, the council adopts consent agenda of March 10th, 2020 as amended to exclude item 5F. All those in favor? Okay, so now the majority has been carried. Unanimously, from what I can tell. So now, item 5F. Okay. At this point, I'm going to read what the motion currently reads, and that is, be it resolved, the council adopts the following recommendations from the January 24, 2020 Planning Committee meeting. PC 02-2020, Pope/Halpenny. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee approves the minutes of November 8, 2019 as circulated, carried. And PC 03-2020, Pope/Halpenny. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee recommends that staff schedule a public meeting to consider modifications to the zoning bylaw that would establish a minimum traveled road width for condominium roads based on development topology, minimum development setback requirements from a condominium road, and a minimum visitor parking requirements for multi-unit residential development pros on a condominium road. So it doesn't even have that one?
It's the page 2.
Oh, there's a page 2, I apologize, I thought that was too short. PC-4-2020, Hope and Barnett. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends that staff schedule a public meeting regarding a zoning bylaw amendment to propose modifications to the zoning bylaw to permit docks within PSWs and Type 1 fish habitat in limited circumstances as outlined in option 3 of Report 2020-09, with consideration distinction between lots with a legally existing or legally non-complying dock or those without a dock. This resolution is to implement Council Resolution P-41-2019. Also, PC-50-2020, Wienko Hope. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Council that staff considers changing the minimum opening elevation and the minimum setback and elevation for septic systems if water levels in the future consistently exceed the historic high water level. And finally, PC-06-2020, Halpenny Hope. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Council that staff report and recommendation of the shore platforms be accepted and or concur with the recommendations and or, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. All those motions that I read were carried by the Planning Committee according to this report. So, commentary. Councillor Jarvis.
This is a little awkward. I see that there are notes attached to 3 of those motions. While I personally have no issue with any of them specifically, I think the one that's the most contentious is the first of those 304, that's BC04, but in light of comments we've made in order to pull this from the consent, my feeling is that if we want to make sure that all documentation coming from the planning committee does not invite any future opposition or contention over how it's been conducted, I would suggest we pull those 3 in order for them to be considered and signed off by members of that committee. I don't like that idea myself, but if the one's got to go, then the other 2 got to go because they're written notes.
Councillor Hazel.
Sort of on a similar vein, but I would be comfortable with only pulling PO4 or PC04 2020 in that it's the only one that I've heard from the community that it's contentious, and even though the others that are there may have been handwritten, I have not heard any issues or concerns with them. So in the interest of trying to move the Planning Committee recommendations to Council and Committee of the Whole forward, I would be comfortable with recommending all but the PC04 2020.
Councillor Cooper.
I think that might be sensible, and I would just remark that our planning committee, I believe, is meeting again at the end of this month, so it's not like this is a huge delay. And so I think a sensible thing would be to pull that one for sure, and I understand what my fellow councillor is saying about consistency between one and the other, but I think we know for sure that there's some concern about that particular resolution, so I would like to see that pulled, and it could be discussed at the next meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Bianco.
I think we need to follow the process. We had the motion, it was unanimously decided upon. That's the process, that's history. You can't change the motion, it was discussed, it was Mayor said, he confirmed it, that was discussed. So the planning committee has made their decision. Now, it's up to Cal, or I guess council at this point, to accept it or reject it. Right. If you reject it, then it becomes our issue to discuss. And we can make a new motion if you want. But you can't send it back to the planning committee and say, the majority of you are wrong, we don't like it. Come back with a resolution that we like. That's not the way it works. We spent a long time talking about this issue, and I wish Jamie was here, but we spent a long time talking about this issue, and this is the resolution we came up with. Accept it or reject it. And if you reject it, then we as a council can come up with a whole new resolution, and that's the way the process works. But don't send it, you cannot send it back to the planning committee.
And I would like to add to this. While I understand there was lots of discussion around this, we actually had a public meeting yesterday on this.
Yeah.
This has already been acted upon. So are we trying to rewrite history? And so I'm thinking, all this discussion has made the point, if we pull it, as I say, it's not going back. Actions are already, like, whether we pull it or not, what's going to be different? Councilor Jarvis.
I'm agreeing with Councilor Muyanko, and I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Mayor. We already had our discussion in public. We took the recommendations from the committee, and we made our decision on that basis. That's the process. I understand the process. And I have no disagreement with that process. I am looking at it from the perspective of somebody looking at the documentation down the road and seeing that I agree, there's really nothing there's no contention now as a result of our meeting yesterday. I'm just saying that somebody could pull these documents later down the road and say, there's no evidence here that that document, as changed, was agreed to by everybody. And I'm not saying send it back. I'm talking about process for future reference. In light of what we've just discussed, can we just clean it up so that somebody looking at these documents down the road can see that it was agreed to by everybody? That's all. The notes make it look, they could have, if somebody wanted to look at it that way, been added after the vote was taken, is all I'm getting at. I'm not disagreeing with you, Paul, and I'm not disagreeing with you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't there. I trust you implicitly on this. And I'm not trying to say that I don't trust the motion. I'm suggesting that maybe somebody else could bring that up as something.
Michael Williams would be upset that you might be accusing him of changing this.
Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Douglas.
Just point of clarification, I believe I'm not sure we technically had a public meeting yesterday on this particular matter because there was no notification, so it really, we are, I believe.
You win a technicality. I think you win on a technicality there,
I'm just
even though it was, we certainly, we treated it as a public
We heard
meeting.
from a lot of people, but we're going to hear from them again, so this is, my point is that, and because of notification, it wasn't really, I guess, I don't know, the clerk can tell us whether it was or not, it doesn't really matter. I'm just pointing out that the notification process was a problem. Thank you.
And I just want for clarification, through zero fault of anybody of this township. Councilor Douglas?
Thank you. So I understand what you're saying, Councillor Jarvis, because many people have eyes on this, and the interpretation could be for transparency viewed quite differently than what actually happened. So I do understand what you're saying. But I think the intent, and maybe I just need to be corrected on this because maybe I'm just not getting the whole purpose of the planning committee is not to make decisions for council, but to make recommendations.
Correct.
And so when those come to us, it's up to us as council to make decisions on whether we agree or we want to change or whatnot. So I do agree with you that maybe your process needs to change so that there's clarity and this doesn't come up again, or maybe wouldn't have come up, but it might have. But I think we need to handle this today, not send this back. I just don't, I really don't think that that's the right way to go about this. I mean, I just don't think that the committee was set up for that purpose of having that much control on, like, oh, let's cut it back. But anyways, that's just my thought on it. But I do agree with what you're saying. The process needs to change maybe, just so we don't have this situation again.
In simple terms, council asked the planning committee to consider the subject of docks and PSWs and Fish Habitat 1. They considered it, they discussed it, they suggested that there should be public discussion. That has been initiated even if it wasn't completed yesterday. So it's all going forward the way we intended. Yes. And where some might say there was a bit of a misinterpretation of intent, the good news is, because there's public meeting, that is all being discussed. So I'm going to ask at this point, having read it, and I do not want to read the whole motion again, all those in favor? 1, 2.
Hold on, is it to cover all at once?
To cover the entire, this particular resolution covers 5 resolutions of the recommendations of the committee, the planning committee. So all those in favor? We can have a recorded vote.
if it goes no, all five are.
Okay, let's
So we
separate,
should
okay.
pull this one separately.
All right, let's do it that way, because I agree with you that we're just gonna, so, Councillor Bocek.
I'm confused procedurally here because this is so out of context and so far-fetched, I'm confused. Normally, when you pull something from the consent agenda, you add it to new business, and when you get to that point of the agenda, you review it under new business and then you vote on it there. I'm just confused why we're pulling it and voting on it all at once. I'm not following the procedure here.
Well, I perhaps, but I think this is the most efficient way to do it, because it's already come up in discussion. So I'm just trying to be efficient.
Okay.
So, to our clerk.
So correct, normally it gets pulled and the discussion is moved to new business. That's the general process. I think in this circumstance, this is more of a question of procedure as opposed to us wanting to change or take the information and go in a different direction.
Not about the content, it's about the procedure.
I think that's my interpretation, and because this discussion had already started, I think the mayor's correct in that this is the best time to deal with this, which is now.
Thank you.
Okay. So, the call for recorded vote, would that only be on the one item? Like the one the one recommendation, what we're gonna do now, per the recommendation of Councillor Wienko, which I think is a very good one, we're gonna have two votes. The first vote will be on 4 of the motions made by the planning committee, and the second vote will be on the 1. And do you, Councillor Cooper, do you require a recorded vote? Okay, so now, the first vote I'm gonna call of everyone, and you're going to,
I'm going to handwrite a resolution.
okay. So I should just X out? Okay.
Put a big cross through it.
So, the first motion in front of us is the motion as I read, excluding the one item on docks in PSWs. All those in favor? Okay, I'm going to record that was unanimous. The second motion, which will be for a recorded vote, will be the motion, the PC-04-2020. Do you require me to read that again?
It's a recorded
No, but I
vote,
just
so
want
you
to
can
clarify.
call the vote.
I'm not calling the vote. Councilor Yanko.
I just want to clarify that we're voting on it as written and as approved by the majority. And if we don't accept that, fine, I have no problem. If the council doesn't want to accept that recommendation from the majority of planning committee, I have no problem with that. But I just want to make sure that we're not going to nitpick away at the wording of it.
Yeah, no, we're voting on what is in front of us, and if we want to, well, let me call it nitpick, then we go into new business. Okay, over to the clerk.
I need Let the record show that a recorded vote was requested by Councillor Cooper. The motion will read as resolved that Council adopts the following January 24, 2020 Planning Committee Resolution PC-04-2020 as recorded. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote? Councillor Douglas, how do you vote? Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Nay.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Wienko, how do you vote?
Yes?
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion is carried 5-2.
I'm hearing council needs a break? All right, a 10-minute break, and then we'll meet again to approve the regular agenda, and we'll move forward with that. Thank you.
I need your assistance for a second, if you don't mind. In the PDF file, which is the whole presentation, I want to
can we bring it back in? Okay, in front of us is the adoption of the regular agenda, and going to propose the regular agenda will include an amendment. So I'm going to be it resolved the council adopts the regular agenda of March 10, 2020 as amended with the addition of 11D, and 11 is the closed session, 11D, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, in regards to staffing attendance. So we're adding one item to close. Councilor Yanko.
Can I add another?
Well, with council's approval.
I'd like to add to closed session, staff vacancies and medical lease.
Okay. And then also, so personal matters about an identified individual include, I don't know, we have to discuss it in close, don't we?
Not if it's a general policy, you can.
The clerk wants some clarification.
We can start off with closed.
Okay, so now we have the adopt the regular agenda as amended to include 11D as I read, and 11E, personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, in regards to medical leaves and vacancies. All those in favor? All right, so that is carried. Communications from mayor and council. Okay, who was paying attention to the pattern last week? You were, weren't you, Madam Clerk? You tell us who should start this time. Okay, so we started that side, we'll start this side, and we're going to start with Councillor Hazelton, because he was last time, and we're going to go from Hazelton through to Douglas, and then Bocheck through to Cooper.
I can't read my notes as fast as I need to here. It's as far as the meeting goes, yes, I went to the library board meeting yesterday. There's some things that'll be coming from that, but I won't share those in this context. The bombshell that always lands on Wednesday before a council meeting usually drives a lot of communication from residents, and this one was no different. And so there was a ton of dialogue with residents and concerns over a lot of the topics, predominantly in Planning Council. And as I mentioned yesterday, I had one of my residents tell me about MNRF, and I had a senior manager from MNRF reach out and discuss with me some things that I guess are fairly concerning, which I'll bring up at a later time. But I found it to be very interesting that MNRF was that interested in the matters that are environmental in our township, and I would certainly recommend that we find ways to leverage that relationship going forward. Thanks.
Councillor Yanko.
Basically, only had a couple of things happen in the last month. I attended the first of the Waste Management Committee on the 21st of February, and I think there was most of them showed up. I think there was two of them on the phone, but I think we got off to a good start, and I don't know when the next one is. I'm hoping sometime in March, but I haven't heard the next date for that one. And on the 22nd, Saturday, I attended the Baxter Snow Riders barbecue over at their clubhouse, and that was well attended. And they're trying to raise money for a Scandic snowmobile to do more grooming for the trails, and we all contributed towards that purchase. And then I happened to be away most of the month.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Quiet month for me. The weather sort of was a little prohibitive getting across the ice, but most of my communication was with constituents electronically or, well, by phone is still electronic. In regards to, I would say the hot topic was really the waste management, and that will continue to be so. But yeah, it was a bit of a quiet month for me.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a lot of conversing with constituents about issues that are before council and will be coming before council. 6 Mile Lake being the Ingram family looking to find out why there's work being done when there's no permission to do so, and questioning some of the decisions that council and committee of adjustments have made. Met with a very angry resident and business owner about some issues to do with taxes in our township. 3 meetings with people that are being ordered to and demanded to hook up to the sewer and water system 15 years after the system was put in, and the issues that evolve around that. And as well met with 2 Oak Bay residents with concerns about new construction and the agenda items that were before us yesterday about road widths and storage for snow and public parking. And that's it for me.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'll echo Councillor Hazelton's
Microphone.
comments with regards to library.
Oh, you've been nabbed.
You didn't turn yourself, so.
Pot calling.
Mirroring Councillor Hazelton's comments with regards to library board, we did miss the February meeting due to council, but we were at the meeting last night. And constituents' concerns, as per what was commented on by Councillor Hazelton. Unfortunately, I don't have anybody complaining about the fact that they have to hook up to any sewer or water line. It'd be kind of nice to have that sort of issue to deal with, I think, that and garbage pickup, but we don't have that. So, again, just issues that come up with regards to the agenda coming out. A lot of discussion. I think that's good that there's a lot of discussion about all this from constituents, and just dealing with that, which is great. That was it.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and ditto on lots of feedback from constituents. So aside from, since our last council meeting, our district meetings, there were several of them. I think in the middle of February it might not be so busy, but it is. More meetings than we see other times of the year, it seems. We had our Solid Waste Management Committee meeting and elected Bruce Hanson as our chair, which I thought was an excellent choice. And we have a good committee there. A lot of questions coming from committee members and the public about especially the bin site issue. I think the whole waste issue is being examined, but one of the things that we're having some challenges with is getting to the bottom of how our solid waste charges are truly reflected in our statements that we see. The statements say one thing, but to really get to the bottom of a cost of a bin is another matter. Fortunately, we have some assistance from certain committee members who are former senior partners with big accounting firms, so we've got some accountants on it, and there's a lot of digging going on in the background. So I think that's good for us because we know that there have been a number of inequities related to various charges in the past with respect to the district. So I just wanted to comment on that. So that was on the 21st. And the 27th, just in passing, I wanted to say that a good friend from the Georgian Bay Land Trust, John Caddo, passed away, and he was a significant contributor to the Land Trust over the years, which impacted our township as well. And a contributor on the board, as a volunteer, as an incredible donor. Moving on into March, I have had a number of different meetings, even meetings with Dr. Vranek on the phone, who was a consultant that we tried to engage with respect to the possibility of an education center in Honey Harbour, and there may be some, resurrection of that particular concept again. So I just wanted to make comment that I'm pursuing that a little bit. Attended, what else? I think that's about it. That's March and my activities. Thank you.
Thank you. On my list, spent the morning of Valentine's Day attending or observing the Committee of Adjustment. But then I got to spend the weekend with my family in Manitoulin for Family Day weekend, which was very nice. On February 18th is what I refer to as the district triple header. The first meeting was with regards to the Fairburn long-term home in Huntsville. The second meeting was with regards to the floodplain mapping project that has been done by the district. The only thing that they mapped in our township was, I believe, Potato Island in that area there, so not too much for our township. And then, of course, the third meeting was the regular district council. On the 19th, Health Board in the morning and District Finance in the afternoon. The 21st was the Waste Management Committee. On the 26th, I was in Dwight for the Land Acknowledgement Working Group. 28th, I was in Aurelia for the OPP Detachment Board's presentation, and I must say I found that one both interesting and frustrating, because one of the first things they mentioned is they're not there to talk about the service provided by the OPP, and then they said they're not there to talk about the billings that the OPP are sending out to everyone, and I thought, well, there goes 90% of what I'm interested in. No, what they were interested in is they want to establish boards attached to each detachment as a public input method. So in other words, they were there to talk bureaucracy. I did find something very interesting, because I asked in particular, they were talking about how numerous detachments serve anywhere from 4 to 6 to 10 to 20 municipalities, depending upon where the detachment is located. Because we have 450 something odd municipalities, but we only have 50 detachments, or I don't know the exact numbers, but something like that. It worked out to an average of 5 to 6 municipalities per detachment. They couldn't come up with probably something less than 10 municipalities are in this province are served by more than one detachment. So we're an exception on that list, in that very few municipalities are served by more than one detachment, and they, just like numerous other characteristics about our township, the province wasn't really thinking about that. But it is obviously an issue when you're a very small municipality, and will we be sitting on 2 detachment boards, that kind of thing. So anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up. On March 3rd, I was here in the morning for the Honey Harbour Community Advisory Group, observing that meeting. In the afternoon, I was in Bracebridge for both the MNRF and the Muskoka Watershed made presentations, and this was predominantly around flooding and flooding control, and a lot of the work they've done in the past year. And that evening I was up in Mactier, where the Lions Club had a fundraising dinner, which I quite enjoyed attending, and it was very good. And March 6th, I found myself over at the Baxter Ward community center at a job fair, meeting lots of people there, which was quite interesting to get their perspective on things in the township. And that was a listing of the various meetings. Obviously, on top of that was numerous correspondence and what have you with various constituents and their interests. Councillor Douglas?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I would think so. Two things. One, I would like to thank Councillor Cooper and the other councillors who are sitting on that waste management committee. That's going to be, I really think that is a difficult committee to sit on. It's going to be very controversial, and your work is greatly appreciated, because I know that my constituents are really looking forward to the information flow. So any information flow that can be handed out, I'm trying to correspond that through our Facebook page to keep it factual. So I personally would like to be able to get any information flow that is possible. I know that we do have someone sitting from Go Home Lake there. He was unable to attend, but I believe he was there by phone. Yeah, by phone. So anyways, that's one thing I just wanted to say. The other thing I wanted to ask you is in regards to the OPP, I actually was going to try and make that, but just ice conditions have not been stellar this year. Are they looking for people to still, like, where did that end up going? Because that's a meeting that I really wanted to be at.
This was one of, I'll say, half a dozen meetings they had around the province, basically collecting input. And it was around governance, and the proposal is that they want to create boards, and I've forgotten the exact title, but for each detachment, which would include members of the public. And of course, you know, part of the debate is to what degree should they be appointed by the province, to what degree should they be appointed by municipalities, and should they be elected officials, et cetera, et cetera. So it was, a lot of it was around these detachment boards and changing the model to some degree of how detachments get input from the public, if you will.
So just on that vein, are they going to continue letting us know what they're going to do?
My sense was that I think really it might have been even their last. In the next month or two, they're going to come up with some sort of report, and the work will continue. So I'm not sure where it's going to end up.
We don't know if they're looking for board members or.
At this moment, they weren't, because they hadn't even decided what the makeup of the board should be.
I understand. Okay. I'd like to just.
Yeah. Councillor Rank, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on where the Waste Management Committee is going. What the next meeting is going to entail is that the district has a consultant working on this issue for all of Muskoka, and the consultant is going to be coming to the next meeting to listen to input from our members as to what alternatives would best suit their individual needs. And it will be the consultant who will come back at a later date and suggest what alternatives should be for each of our situations in Georgian Bay. So we do have a consultant working in the background to help our committee come up with solutions. So I think the next 2 or 3 meetings might be very critical to get an idea where the committee thinks they should go and where the consultant thinks we should go in the way of alternative solutions.
Sorry, Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, I was just going to comment about the questions that were surfacing about the Waste Management Committee as well, and be happy to report back anything once we get to the bottom of it. And I think that's really from a financial perspective. I'll just remind our council that we figured out some time ago, when we started being apportioned costs from the OPP, that we were not getting a fair shake. And it appears the same kind of calculation, market value assessment versus services, has been used on the waste management side of things, so solid waste management side of things. But you know, we're digging. The answers aren't forthcoming very quickly. So anyway, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis?
Really quick, just to let people know I'm not sloughing my duties. I was at Committee of Adjustment on the 14th as well. You would have seen me there. It just wasn't on my calendar for whatever reason, but I did attend.
I believe I can confirm that fact. All right. I'm not sure we're going to receive much communication from our CAO, given that I believe at this moment she's in Egypt. If she's on vacation, and Jessica, if you're watching, back on vacation.
He's on the shores of Israel right now.
The shores of Israel.
Oh, I thought that Israel was zapped because they couldn't go there.
They can't go there, so they're just outside
Oh,
that.
she's
Yeah.
drifting
He's
past.
on the boat.
Okay, drifting past Israel. Yeah. Where am I? I'm at staff reports, and we have a financial report, preliminary statement of operation, and I'm presuming that's to our back from vacation treasurer, Ms. Boudiette.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, obviously I was on vacation mode when I wrote this report because I didn't finish the recommendation portion of the report. Essentially, this is not a required report, although I without a Q4 report and before the audit, I like to advise council where we stand for the prior year. So this is our 2019. We fall at approximately 180,000 surplus over expenditures, and that includes $150,000 transfer from reserves that we didn't book from prior year because we didn't have to. However, we do have a reserve policy that was passed in 2019, and some of the wordage is not clear enough for me to make a distinction of what the intent was in relation to the building department reserve. So the building department itself had revenues over expenditures of 15,000, but council had budgeted a deficit of about 130,000. So council needs to decide which portion of that is getting transferred to the building department reserve. So does council want to transfer the 15,000 of a direct surplus, or the budgeted surplus, which is the 130 plus the 15? So, well, this total is actually 147. So I guess any amount between those two amounts is the decision point here today.
Yeah, I guess it begs the question. I presume that we had imagined that the building department would have been spending more money than it actually did this past year. Are those expenditures that are still to be expected in the coming year, or is this that things turned out to be a lot more economical than we had foreseen a year ago?
Through your worship, it is my guess that the revenue streams actually were higher than anticipated from building permits. So I don't believe that the 2020 budget is off. I think we budgeted appropriately for 2020. So, and I just would like to remind that the point of the building department reserve is to fund any shortfalls should the reverse happen in the future. So should building department revenues be way low in a certain year, you could pull from that building department reserve to fill the gap.
The other thing I'm going to ask, 'cause I don't see any hands going up quickly, is whether we put a reserve in one category or another, we're always free later on to reclassify those reserves, I believe.
That's correct, with the exception of obligatory reserves, which are essentially mandated usually by another level of government for a specific purpose. So yes.
And we're not talking about those at this moment.
That's correct.
So whether we allocate some of this money to building department reserve or working capital reserve or operations, or because you have a number of options on this thing, isn't in one sense all that important at this moment, because we can always change it.
That's correct. So if you choose not to transfer it into the building department reserve, it flows through your working fund reserve, or it flows through that percentage that was decided upon in your operating surplus, which 45% is your capital reserve. So 50% your working capital, 45% to your assets operation, and 5% to your assets emergency backup.
So as a quick reminder to council, the motion we made last year said that any surplus funds, any surplus funds that we have at the end of any particular year, barring any other resolution, would be allocated 50% to working capital, 45% to operations, assets, and 5% to assets, fire and emergency services. So the question is, of the $147,000 unexpected building department surplus, how much of that do we want to leave in the building department, and how much of it do we want to move into the other reserves per our formula? Councillor Wienko.
I'm just wondering if there's any reserves that are wholly underfunded that could benefit from this more than any other ones.
That's a critical question. Obviously, infrastructure reserves are always underfunded. And we will be discussing asset management a little later in the year. And how our long-term financial plan lines up with that asset. So really, the only one that I would say would be infrastructure reserve, which includes all of our infrastructure.
Councillor Wojcik.
I'm not sure this is the time or the place, but the liabilities that are associated with the building department, I'm unsure if that includes legal and things like that, because if the liabilities that the building department is responsible for are ever changing, which they will be, perhaps we need to keep some funds in there. But I'm not sure if building infractions that we have to go to district court from are taken out of the building department funds, or if they're taken out of illegal funds. I'm not sure, but I hate to remove the funds from the building department if they're going to be needed in the next fiscal year. So my question is, and it's probably not the time or place, but a list of liabilities that that are incurred by the building department that these funds would be responsible for paying. It could be low last year, but maybe they're going to be high this year. So I'm kind of getting that.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. It's a little complex, I realize. I mean, on a basic level, I think I have a good understanding of what we're doing here, but do we have and I think this was a question you were just asking, do we have like an overall reserve that's not allocated to, and I think you answered that question, yes, we do. So if in fact the building department did need extra funds for financing of legal fees or so on, as Councillor Wojcik has just brought up, would we have the ability to transfer it to that? And so if that's the case, then I don't know why we just don't put it into the general reserve where it's available to any department that needs it. But there could be reasons for that, I'm not sure.
There was a reason for that, if I could, Mr. Mayor. My concern is that come budget time, the building department always has a request and ask for funds, right? Which increases the overall taxes within the township. And if they have a budget of X number of dollars and they come to us asking for their budget for next year, if this is already sitting in there, obviously that increase would be substantially lower. So for me, it was just a fact-finding mission to find out what we spend the funds in the building department for, and if they could stay in the building department, then the ask next year at budget time would be less from the building department. That was just my train of thought.
Sure.
But yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah.
To the treasurer.
There are a few questions on the table here. So yes, legal fees associated with the building department are coded to the building department.
Okay, that's important.
And any reserve transaction requires a council resolution. So I think the answer to both of your question is whether it's in the working fund or in the building fund, we will still request a council resolution to move money from any reserves into our cash flow or operation.
So we could put it in the councilor's benevolent fund and then just, if we don't use it, transfer it?
That may not be the wisest political maneuver.
Might not be good next election.
I'm going to read the resolution with an X, and the X's were the number, but the resolution right now is, be it resolved that council acknowledge that overruns in planning as well as in overages in salaries and benefits and road closing revenues will flow through to the annual surplus. And the council also acknowledges that one transfer from reserve of approximately $150,000 approved through the budget was not recorded as it was not required. And the council directs staff to transfer anywhere between $15,000 to $147,000 to the building department reserve. And the council directs staff to transfer in line with the reserves and reserve fund policy, FIN 219-01, the remainder of the 2019 surplus as follows: 50% to the reserve working capital, 45% to the reserve assets operations, 5% to the reserve assets fire and emergency. So really the question right here is, of the 147,000 surplus that is right now allocated to the building department reserve, we have to pick a number between 15,000 and 147,000 to leave with the building department, and the rest would be allocated as per our reserve fund policy. Councillor Jarvis.
So if I've understood everything so far, and there's no guarantee that I have, I married an accountant. Just keep that in mind. There was a reason for that. Me too. If we,
Good, my wife married an accountant.
good, I'll rely on you. If we choose to take the full 147,000 and put it in as per the ratios you've just given us, if at some point the building department did need funds down the road, you would come to us and we would approve it if we thought it was right. So if we have a process in place for allocating surplus revenues already, why don't we just stick with that?
That would be then the full 147 going. Councillor Hazelton.
Somewhat related, but somewhat of a tangent. I'm not seeing anything in front of me that I can read. I'm a visual learner, I'm not an auditory learner, and so you've been reading a bunch of stuff that I can't see. And just as a data point, when it comes to resolutions, I'm trusting completely that Julie is going to do what needs to be done, but I just wanted to point out that we're dealing with a resolution that we don't have in front of us to review and visually confirm. That's just a point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Councillor Bianco.
Is there a minimum that we have to give them? Can it be 0 or should it be 15,000?
For your worship, so the policy states that the building surplus, so if it would have been worded the building budgeted surplus, that would be the full 147. But because it only states surplus and it's not clear if it's the budgeted surplus or just the true surplus of revenues less expenditures, because the true surplus is only 15,000. So the wordage here is why this is in front of you today, because the wordage is not clear. If it'd be the budgeted surplus, it would be the whole 147.
Okay, so you'd be happy if we just put 15,000 in there in that, the blank that we have, and the rest of it goes into the policy?
It would flow through, and then I would know that because this is the resolution you passed, that in the future, that was the intent of the wordage on that policy.
Councillor Cooper.
So our surplus is 15, and we need at least to do 15, is that what you're saying?
That's what your current policy says, yes.
So why would we go a higher number?
The
Yeah, I know we budgeted more, but we don't have it.
No. One option is we put 15,000 to the building department reserve, and then the balance, which would be 132, I presume, would go to the other reserves as per our policy of where we normally would put surplus. Okay, so without me rereading the whole thing, I'm going to fill in the blank with, and the council directs staff to transfer $15,000 to the building department reserve. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, and now we have 246-page report on the District of Muskoka road maintenance. Mr. Sokash, can you reduce the 246 pages down to 1 or 2, please? Perhaps not.
The report and the agreement is for the township's contract for the maintenance of the district roads. We've had a contract in place for at least 40 years. The contract we're operating under right now is from 1977, and it hasn't been updated. So for the past more than 5 years since I've been here, and before then, the CAOs of all the area municipalities in the district, the finance people, and the public works people have been meeting to update the agreement, and we are finally there. Several of the area municipalities, or lower tier municipalities, councils have adopted the agreement. We're asking for the same thing. Once all the area municipalities have adopted the agreement, then it will go to the district council for their approval. I believe it's already been to a few of their committees for approval, but the final approval is with their council.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Brad, question to you is, in the last term of council, there was a lot of discussions with the District of Muskoka about transferring those roads 33, 5, 34, 38 to the Township of Georgian Bay. Has there been further discussions on the transferring of these roads to us?
Through the mayor, I haven't heard of any discussions probably in the last year and a half.
Been that long?
Yeah, so I don't know if the matter has died, if they're dealing with it internally, but we have not been aware of any further discussions on that matter.
Thank you.
Councillor Yanko.
Just on that topic, we have brushed across that issue at our committee meetings up at the district, and I think they were waiting for this whole review to be over with before they got back into this thing. So I think probably in the next year there'll be discussions, but I think, if I'm guessing, it would be a lot more than 3 or 4 years before we get around to that, because there's a lot of things that have to be done in order for us to accept district road. We don't, some of the roads I personally would not accept in the condition they are in, and so we would only accept, like South Bay Road is all brand new. I can't see why we wouldn't accept that. But some of the roads need to be upgraded before we would even consider it. So there's a long way off, I think, before that'll happen.
My question to you is, with all these 200 and whatever number I came up with, 246 pages, is that in any way going to change what you do this year versus what you did last year?
It will not. It will not. The only thing it will change is we will get more money for the administrative costs. But other than that, we're using the same formulas for the calculation of the hourly rates of equipment and people as we've used before. And we have the same standards to work to, so no.
So this is more or less paperwork catching up with what in reality has been happening for a fair number of years.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We have Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you for all this. And Brad, I just, 40 years is a long time to go without having updated things, so I'm glad this is being looked at. I'm just looking for your opinion on this. Are you confident with the motion and all what's required of it from your perspective?
I'm quite happy with the agreement. We've been through the details numerous times, and people smarter than me have gone through it and pointed out things. I've had my own issues, and we worked well together with the district to put this together, and I think it's helped our relationship with the district as well.
The motion in front of me reads, be it resolved, the council directs staff to advise the District of Muskoka of its intent to execute the revised area municipal road maintenance service agreement upon adoption by the District of Muskoka Council. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we go on to new business. And the first item is from Councillor Wienko. Request to waive zoning application fee received from Jessica Shell.
Well, I just pulled this from the chip because I think there's a legitimate request here for a waiver in the fee, zoning fees, and I thought we should discuss it and make a decision on it today. I'm in support of it because I think there's a private individual here that's trying to make a buck and trying to reduce their costs in setting up I guess this would be a trailer of some sort, and I think we should try to encourage this kind of stuff to go on, and especially in MacTier where employment's hard to find, and here's somebody who's gone out and made an effort to start up a little bit, restart a business, and I'm all in favor for it, so I'm hoping the rest of the council would be.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. This individual, as far as I know, and I think I've observed this a couple of times, has already been set up in MacTier and is looking to relocate beside the Muskoka Station store. Is that correct? And I, if I'm not mistaken, that's the, Brad, if I can just ask you, did she apply to you to have that area? Because that belongs to the township. Sorry, that's right beside the Muskoka Station store.
Through the mayor, I was having discussions with Ms. Gunby before she left, and those discussions were ongoing.
Okay.
So I don't believe it has been resolved. My computer is going through a whole thing right now, so I can't look it up.
Well, I would hope that there would be consideration given to this because I think it's a good idea. You know, it adds another layer in MacTier for an availability for a food truck, and she is established. She has done this before, so it's not. I think she knows what she's doing, but she's struggling finding a location that she can actually set it up without, you know, contravening any rules and regulations and so on. And I believe she'll be, she'll go through the rigor of with the health standards and so on as any food. So I think that goes beyond that, you know, what we're talking about today. But I would hope that we would get some support on this. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm happy to see this got pulled from the CIP because I thought we should discuss it as well, and I'm happy to hear from both Councillor Wayanko and Douglas on this, promoting it, and I think it's really great for the community to have this type of thing promoted. I think we've got to be careful about, again, I think I talked about the standards with regards to hygiene, and provided that there's no conflict with any of the other vendors in the immediate area, which sounds like it's not an issue. I'm really happy to see that somebody's trying to make a go of it over there. So good for the community.
Councillor Wayanko, followed by Councillor Bochuk.
Does anybody know what the fee is? How much we're talking about here? Aha.
To our planning department.
Yeah. But
And you don't even have to identify yourself necessarily when you come to the...
Through your worship, the cost is $1,700 that you would be, or council would be waiving in this case.
And this is if the end location that is selected and approved otherwise requires a rezoning.
Yeah, so that would be the fee for the rezoning, and then there would, I believe there is a fee for the licensing through the bylaw department that would also, that the owner would also have to go through, which includes the health safety check and all of those things as part of the licensing. I'm not sure what the cost is for that. The bylaw department may be able to have an idea. Go look up the bylaw if you like. But
No, but what's in front
It's
of us is
pretty
strictly the zoning fee.
the zoning.
The rezoning fee if necessary. Councilor. Yeah. Well, wait, sorry, I had Councilor, but we have to be fair to the council at the other end here. Councilor Boach.
So if we waive this fee and we take this piece of township property and we zone it commercial to allow this, and the business fails, and a year from now we have a piece of property owned by the township that the zoning does not automatically revert back to what it was. Is there a cost or expenditure to reverse this decision in that case?
Through your worship, so the way that, if this goes through, the way that we would set it up is the site-specific zoning would only be for this specific food truck use, and we would maintain the restrictions that the food truck bylaw does have in the sense of seasonal and what have you, so it would be site-specific to this. It would not open up the allowance for anyone else to come in and do that. So we can alter the bylaw to make sure that it's site-specific to
Okay,
this
I
person.
think I would support this. It's a very good cause. It's like any municipality who's trying to have growth in the business sector by waiving certain fees and taxes. So we've always had a discussion at this table about how we can promote and encourage business in the Mactier area, and I think this is a good example of how we can do that. So I'll support the motion.
Councillor Douglas first before you, Councillor Bianco.
Okay, I just wanted to add something. You know, there was a question about, or a comment just as to whether this would be stepping on the toes or in competition with others. I will tell you that I have heard from other businesses in the food industry up there who welcome to have the competition. They think that the more that there is, the more it just generates more people coming to Mactier, and which is a good, you know, business practice actually. So just to put any thoughts to rest on that one, I don't think anybody is an objection to this that I'm aware of anyways.
Councillor Bianco?
I just want to mention too, this is not the first time we've done this. I think we did it for a food truck at the Six Mile Lake Marina, and that was very successful, and so on. So this is not the first time we've done this, and the food truck there was there for a few years. I don't know if it's going to come back or not, but it was successful, so.
So maybe someday soon we'll have an application for a food truck in our parking lot here? Sure. Okay. All right. After that silly remark, yeah, well, we're not quite at the lunch hour. We should get a little more business done, but what's in front of me, it reads, be it resolved that council authorize staff to waive the zoning application fee for Jessica Shell for the purpose of a food truck operation. All those in favor? And that has passed unanimously. Okay, the next one is Councillor Cooper, rename Gull Islands to Carl Schieffer Rockery. Rookery. It reads like rock, okay. Shows you how good my English isn't.
It's a tongue twister. Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that's been done by Dr. Schaefer in our township over the years. And he recently passed away in September of 2019. And so you can see from the report, it talks a little bit about some of the work he did out on the Gull Islands and elsewhere on the bay. But particularly having been based out near the Gull Islands, went out and did a lot of tracking and data tracking with respect to that chain of islands, I think with his daughter actually. So I thought it would be very appropriate, given the amount of work he's done on the bay, to see if we can talk to the federal ministry. I think it's of the environment, but I'm not sure. You can rename properties. This set of islands, I don't think he actually has a name, but you might be interested to know it's the largest rookery in southern Ontario, particularly for seagulls and terns and so forth. But it is one of the, so literally the seagulls come from all over southern Ontario to nest. So it is an important place, and we want to make sure it's protected, and we can't maybe too much about it. It's a natural thing because it's so far from the eastern shores of Georgian Bay, and yet it's far enough away from Giant's Tomb, Awenda Park, so the birds can't be killed by various mink and so forth, and raccoons. So it is a special spot, and so I'm just asking for the support that a letter go from council, mayor and the council to the appropriate ministry, and I'll try and find out which ministry that is, to have these renamed the Carl Schaefer Rookery, and that's my request.
And I want to explain to you, in our agenda, it was spelled rockery, so I'm going to use that as an excuse.
Bird sanctuary, but I think rookery is a better description, so there we go.
Councilor Bocha.
So being a frequent navigator.
Microphone, please.
Georgian Bay, I know of about 5 Gull Islands, so I'm just wondering, is this the Go Home Bay Wawatasi Gull Island that's out near the Westers, or where, because it has the longitude and latitude, but I'm just not.
Yeah, so the islands that you're referring to, which are also, and Councillor Jarvis might be able to address that issue, are up near, there's the Gull and Gilead Islands, they're called.
Yeah.
Which are near the Pine Islands. These are further south, I would say a little bit further to the west. And essentially, if you were at Giant's Tomb and headed to the east, you'd run into the Gull Islands. You have to go around them to get to due east.
We have a different name for them, that's all.
What
But
do
I
you-
won't
You
say
won't
it out
say
loud.
what? Well, there you go. Guana,
Something to do with what's
special.
left behind?
Yeah, what's left behind from the gulls.
Guana Island, there we go, thank you.
Okay, good, thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Just out of curiosity, because I'm not familiar, I haven't navigated the waters that much with charts. Is it charted actually as Gull, presently? Does anybody know?
I don't believe so. I think it just says Crown Land or something to that effect. I don't know whether.
So you're probably not gonna run into
They're
too
known
much.
locally as the Gull Islands.
Oh, okay, so you're not probably gonna run into too much adversity from
I very much
maritime,
doubt it.
from the maritime people, because I mean, that's mapping, right? And that's, could be problematic. Just a question out of curiosity, because I don't navigate out there. Thank you.
Can you confirm this is within the boundaries of the Township of Georgian Bay?
Yes,
Okay.
I checked that.
Because we are familiar with a couple of cases recently where people have had islands renamed from old names, and so I'm sure we can, through them, get the appropriate contacts,
Sure.
who we should connect with.
Doug Carr.
Doug Kerr and Al Heisey had islands renamed.
It's, the reason I know it's in our lands, there is an island just north of this chain of islands that has a cottage on top of it, my neighbor, and it's all part of the same
Okay.
chain. So.
All right. Just wanted to confirm that. Yeah. Councillor Douglas.
You know, I would just like to say, you know, I think it's admirable that you're actually doing this, because the work that people put into our environment is, it goes unrecognized sometimes, and it really is important for us in this area, and I mean, especially out on the bay in the biosphere. And I think that this kind of, putting this kind of thing forward is, I think it's a good thing. I would be in full support of it, personally. Yeah.
If I might just respond to that in one way, and that is that you have listened to Dr. Schaefer recently on the video that was presented through Rupert Kindersley in a wonderful presentation about the various areas that we have in topography, etc., out in Georgian Bay. So that was Dr. Schaefer, and a really inspiring individual. Thank you.
Has anyone else been involved with this, or is this your personal initiative? I asked simply whether other people should be kept in the loop on this.
So, in the sense that we've had some contact with the family, and they're delighted that we're taking this initiative. So, and maybe that if that's where you were going, I will need some assistance from our administrative staff and yourself to write a letter. Yeah. But the family are delighted with this, and would be great to be able to say that this has happened, as there's a celebration for his life coming up in relatively short order. Thank you.
I can almost 100% guarantee it won't be done by then, but it can be initiated by then.
No, of course, just initiative.
The motion in front of me, as we all dream about navigating out to them, the motion in front of me is, be it resolved that the mayor, on behalf of the council and residents of the Township of Georgian Bay, write a letter to the responsible government departments to request that the chain of islands known locally as the Gull Islands, located at longitude 44.927130 and latitude 79.950655, due east of Giant's Tomb Island, Awenda Park, to be renamed as Carl Schaefer Rookery in honor of the life and significant work of Dr. Carl Schaefer, who passed on September 17th, 2019. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, and I'll take the assignment with enthusiasm. Okay, next on our list, enforcement of township bylaws letter from SMLCA. Councillor Wienko.
Okay, the 6 Mile Association has been working with a number of other local community associations. I think Cognishine put a supporting letter in. There's other associations, I think Gloucester Pool and Gibson, so on. They put together this resolution with a bit of help from me, because I think they were confused as to what type of bylaws enforcement we have. We obviously have the bylaw enforcement that goes through the fire department, and then we have the bylaws enforcements that we go through with the planning department. And this is mainly to do with the planning department. And I know this issue has been at least addressed at least twice in my 12 years on term here, so I don't know if we need to revise the previous reports all that much, but I think it needs to take another look at it. This is a concern that a number of us have had over the years, that we're reactive in our enforcement of our zoning bylaws, and to be proactive, we've always, the reports have always come back that we need more staff. And that's always been a problem with approval of this concept. But I think we should take another look at it, and maybe we may be a bit more creative as how we can use our existing staff to be a bit more proactive. Possibly even our septic inspections could get involved in some of this enforcement work as they go around. But I think we need to have another updated report on this and for council's review, and to find out what the cost option would be to have a more proactive approach to zoning bylaw enforcement.
Councilor Cooper.
And I'd certainly support becoming more proactive with enforcement, and I think a number of communities would from our township, right across our township. I just wanted to mention, I believe we had a discussion with our CAO about this matter in recent months, and there was going to be some examination of a potential program, and perhaps coming back with a recommendation from the CAO on this matter. And I certainly would support a variety of different solutions, including what Councillor Rianco is referring to, in terms of, we already have people out there, but maybe we need some help setting up a program so that the enforcement is a little bit more, not just complaint driven, but proactively driven. Anyway, my comments, thanks.
I can confirm that I've had a couple of conversations, actually long before this particular thing came before us, that I know that our CAO was considering a number of different options, because she is quite conscious of the fact that this is a matter of concern that should be addressed. Councillor Bochek.
I think this is a great topic, and I don't think it should end here today. We have rogue members of cottage communities out there pretending to be the sheriff, and you know, taking boats onto people's properties and that kind of stuff. I think realistically, after listening to this for the past 6 years, we need to do some cross-training in our staff, and have a building and planning compliance officer assigned. You know, maybe it could be a building inspector, currently holds that position, goes out and does, but he also has some cross-training, and he can become a compliance officer or something, because we can have all the verbal vomit we want around this topic. We have no enforcement whatsoever when it comes to planning and building matters.
I don't think that statement is entirely fair. If you say we don't have enough, I think that's more fair to staff.
We're completely complaint driven. We do not have any any staff making sure that compliance is in place. We have none. So, and fewer as of last week. So I think we really need to research this, and I think we need to investigate, maybe have staff come back with a report to us on, it's fine to have all the laws in place and the bylaws in place, but if you don't have a compliance officer out there looking and pursuing, you're never going to have any enforcement. So we need to stop these rogue guys from running around taking pictures and using drones and everything else to give evidence to the township. We need to be policing this ourselves.
I just want to add that, you know, as you've made reference to, with our chief building officer retiring, a building inspector retiring, and a planner leaving, there's certainly opportunity here to examine roles that each person plays and how they can best serve the township as hopefully new hires come in. And I'm going to be optimistic and say sooner rather than later. to our Human Resources Department.
I just wanted to add that we actually in the 2020 budget did have, and we do have, money for a building inspector development program, which was going to include, or will include when we get there. We have some gaps in the interim, but the planning piece and the planning enforcement. So we are going in that direction, and we do have some ideas lined up. So just to kind of give you some reassurance there.
Councilor Cooper.
Just an additional point, and I think a lot of what has been said here is valid. We are complaint driven at the moment, and et cetera, and it's not our staff's fault. We just don't have the resources, or we need to maybe think about new resources, but redeploying. But we also need to do a little bit of benchmarking, and I can remark that one of our neighbors out in coastal Georgian Bay, the township that has had quite a very successful in terms of enforcement, and that is that a number of years ago they enforced and made people tear down buildings, and sometimes really big ones, and guess what? There aren't too many problems anymore. So we need to think about that in terms of if we were much more assertive, I guess, enforced our bylaws and so forth, I think, and this is not a criticism of staff, I'm saying maybe it's more of a criticism of our council, that we need to set a tone whereby we won't allow a lot of things that happen out there that shouldn't happen out there. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas, your hand up?
You know, I think that this is the right direction. I mean, we've had a lot of discussions about it and really have not made forward movement for one reason or another. And I agree, it's probably not our staffing that has been the problem here. I think it's more of a council situation. We need to find some, you know, do some benchmarking perhaps, as Councillor Cooper has mentioned, and also give them some indicators as to, you know, what we're trying to achieve here and maybe how they can do it. Because we certainly do have a little bit of rogue going on out there, and the consequences are not big enough. And I've heard it time and time again that just build it because, you know, yeah, you got to pay a little more on the building permit after the fact, but that's not a big enough deterrent. So in my view, it's time. It's time for us to start doing something and making it count. You know, like make these, either the buildings come down or the fines so high that it is just not worth looking at. Right now, we're sitting at an area where, yeah, you don't get a building permit. Well, you're only going to pay 50% more or something for the building permit. You're going to get it anyways. And I think that's wrong in every level. So I would support trying to give some direction to the staff on how we can make that happen.
Fire Chief Undum.
Just because our building official's not here, I'll speak to it. That I know the building department has taken a number of people within the municipality to court and for building infractions and so forth. One of the things that comes in place is when we're getting those convictions, it's because we don't get to set the fines. It's the court system that does that. So being able to say that we need to increase that kind of stuff, that's a political lobbying that you may need to do with municipal housing and affairs and so forth. But as I know because we try to line up our prosecutor the same day for bylaw infractions as we do with building infractions, that I know we're getting convictions, but whether those fines and all of that are in line with what you would like or is a different thing. So I don't want you to be aware of that we don't get to impose the fines for while we're in court.
Councillor Hazelton.
So I'm in general concurrence with everything I've heard today. So I won't pile on with all of those comments, but you know, when it looks, I just kind of quick summary, it's the kind of thing where you can work on a complaint-based system, you can work on a proactive-based system, you can kind of raise the bar from a council perspective and drive things. You can take your residents to court, but your residents can take you to court. And so it is possible for a resident to compel the township to enforce the bylaws. So I don't think want to be in a situation where our residents are forcing us to do something we should be doing. But there was an interesting example that I'll share with you recently down in New York City. There was a developer who built a multi-level condo building. He built it 20 stories too high, and he was forced by the judge to take down the 20 stories too high out of a pre-built condo building to comply with the bylaws of that area. And so when we talk about do we need to have occasional tough love of enforcement, perhaps we need to have a few examples where people have just flown in the face of our bylaws and make sure that we enforce those. And to Councillor Cooper's example, in other communities where there is a demonstrated will by the township to enforce the bylaws, people will be more respectful, I think, of the bylaws. So, thank you.
Councillor Douglas, Councillor Cooper, I want to read this motion eventually.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to belabor this, but I do have a question for our chief. Chief, just because I'm unaware, I realize that our building department and bylaw do go to court. And for that, I think we're very lucky that you guys line that up and fight it for us. Are you saying that we don't have an option as to our penalties? This all has to come from the court, or is there a portion of it that we have some control in the council here? I'm just a bit unclear on that.
So the core procedures is that we can make a recommendation through our prosecutor for a fine. It's the judge who sets the fine. They can overrule us and agree with us. They'll take both sides of the argument into consideration, and they can set the reality of what's going to happen.
Just like when you go to court for a speeding ticket, apparently. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, and I think our chief CBO, thank you. Our CBO has made us aware of that in the past, and I'm aware that that is the case. I have, though, also found out from our neighbor, the archipelago, that it's not what they're not fining. They're saying tear it down, which I don't know how they enforce it. We need to find out. It's not, I don't believe they're going to court. I think they're saying you have crossed the line here, you got to tear it down. So let's see if we can figure that out.
Councillor Wienko.
I just have a question for Tony. We do have bylaw enforcement officers. They're not building bylaw. They're not involved in buildings and so on. Is there a way of some kind of cross-training that there could be? Is there any way that we can use some of your staff to resolve some of this issue, or is that impossible? I know there would have to be some training involved, but is there any way that those individuals could help out?
There's a number of things, and I think that's a conversation that we can talk about as the building officials and all of that are being looked at. We'll make that comment to HR and to our CAO and figure that out. There is potential. I just want you to be aware that I think you have another issue that's coming forward, and that's the garbage. I've tied my bylaw officer up now twice on looking at garbage complaints from people just pulling up and dumping now. And it's amazing how much considerable time that we're trying to catch the offender. So that's going to eat up time as well. So
I'm going to read the motion and see whether we need any further discussion. It reads, be it resolved that council received the correspondence dated February 25, 2020 from the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association, and that council directs staff to bring forward a report regarding bylaw enforcement options, including bylaws regulating building, planning, and clean yards. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Public meeting for roadside bins, Douglas. That's the next topic.
Okay, it's been a while.
We have a note in here, I believe.
So, I'm just trying to remember what that is even about now. That was so long ago. Jeez.
You would like a resolution added to the next council meeting to organize a public
Oh,
meeting
yeah,
with
okay, all right,
district.
so it is what I'm thinking. All right, sorry, it's been a while since I sent that through to Jessica. So, you know, I'd just like to make everyone aware, and I don't think I need to do this because it's certainly on the radar. We now have a committee and so on, that we need to fight to keep some of these bins because it's already starting to happen where the constituents are extremely worried about the fact that this is going to go back to dumping in the back of the bush. There is no way that our bylaw, as our chief has just said, is going to be able to enforce or even have the manpower to get out there on especially some of these lakes, because I can tell you that went on for many, many, many years in my father's time. I can't tell you how many washing machines and various other things are probably at the bottom of the lake right now. So I don't know, you know, putting a resolution together or not, I just wanted to make it really clear that, you know, I know that we're looking at the overall picture of the garbage situation in the township. We have to fight as hard as we can to keep some of these bins in place because I can tell you that is going to happen. There's a mentality out there, and it's not just my lake, it's going to be a lot of the lakes. If they have to drive something off or put it in their boat, it's not happening. It's going right to the back. They're going to start burning, they're going to start dumping again. I mean, I'm still seeing at the back of my property after 13 years of purchasing that property, bed springs, batteries, things that were dumped back there 20 years ago. So what I really wanted to bring up with this particular thing is just worse, and especially because my community is like all over this, and I'm pretty sure many communities are, is that there is a huge concern about that, not just the bins going away for convenience of dropping your garbage off on a Sunday night. It's not just that, it's just the overall what the environment's going to sustain here, because people are already talking about it, and I'm just thinking, I mean, you don't want to see that, you know, you don't want to see the midnight drop off of how many metal things going into the lake. You know, we're fighting hard for our environment right now, so I'm just going to implore to the committee, and I'm sure I probably don't have to do this, but I think for my constituents, I'm bringing this up. There is a huge concern about where these bins are going to go for some of the lakes, especially that are water access, and Georgian Bay as well, probably. I'm hoping that we have an educated public out there, but we also have an element that is not so concerned. It's the other guy's problem, right? And so that's going to become all of our problem. That's basically what I want to bring up.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Yanko, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for bringing this up, Councillor Douglas. I think if I can read kind of beyond the simple term garbage, what you're bringing up here is actually bigger than just garbage bin issues. You know, hearing your comment about stuff you're finding at the back of your property, getting rid of that stuff in a cottage water kind of environment is really problematic. And you know, I've had, because I'm in the middle of construction at my place, I've had a dumpster brought in, and it's amazing the stuff we've gotten rid of. But I've also talked to all my neighbors and said, look, you know, I got a dumpster, bring your stuff over. And the stuff that people bring out and get rid of is unbelievable, but they would never take it to the dump because it's so problematic. And so this isn't just in cottage country a simple garbage collection issue that we have on a daily basis. This is also what I'll call a periodic get rid of junk, how do you do that problem. And so I think we want to think a little bit bigger than just the daily garbage collection and getting rid of that.
Can I just respond to that? So, thank you for bringing that up because I probably should have covered that in this whole thing. We already have scheduled a large object pickup for our lake, and I suspect there are other large object pickups for various lakes. And the comment that I always get, that is one of the most unbelievable busy, if you ever went there and saw what was coming in, people's boats, barges from contractors bringing stuff. A lot of the contractors do it free of charge for their customers as a service to try and help keep our lakes clean. The comment that I would make on that is we need to see more of it. Like the one collection a year is not enough. That's how much stuff is coming off. And to me, whatever that cost is to have those bins dropped off at the marina and this year I requested that we have hazardous waste also, which was hugely used. There was a lot of people, and that to me shows that the public really would like to participate and would like to keep our environment clean, but we need to at least be able to provide those services to them, maybe more than once, but twice a year even, spring and fall. And I think this would help, substantially help the, you know, what you're talking about, the large object stuff. Because wow, the stuff I've seen in the back bush, and I'm back there a lot, it's terrible. And I don't want to see that happen. And you're right, thank you for bringing that up.
Councilor Yanko.
I think there's various phases to this discussion about solid waste. I think the most immediate issue is the bins themselves, and we have to have some kind of report, at least our committee has to have some kind of report to the district by July, or at least that's what they're saying anyway. And so the first thing we're tackling is bins. And I can tell you that the Ministry of the Environment is pretty adamant. So having a public meeting to talk about bins, I think that it would be a one-way communications, and wouldn't be that positive. I think it would just be a negative session. So I wouldn't be supportive of a public meeting talking about bins, but I think once our consultant, the district consultant, gets involved and starts making some suggestions of alternatives to bin sites, then maybe we should go to or at least the committee itself should go to the public for input, if that's the will of council. But you know, if we're going to take more than the bins away, then I think that becomes a major public issue, because I think we could probably get through the bin issue, but to go further than that, I think it's going to involve a lot of concerns from the public and so on. So some of the large object items, there are processes in place to get rid of them. You know, we even at the district level now, we're separating mattresses from landfills, and some of that mattress material is being recycled and so on. So there are things that are being done at the district level. But if certain communities like Honey Harbour, if they wanted an extra large pickup day or whatever per year, that's all doable. And so we have to get that slipped into the annual schedule with the district and so on. But we basically pay for what we use, unlike the policing situation where we're just charged a large amount. When it comes to waste, we usually pay for what we do, what service we want. And so I think we have to take a look at this in a phased process. Let's get the bin issue addressed in the next several months, and then maybe look at other aspects of waste management. But I think at that point, I think the public should be made aware that we may be going on beyond the bin issue, and that might be very, very controversial.
Councilor Cooper.
Is that for me? Thank you.
I think you're
Well,
the Cooper here.
I thought I had somebody before me, but that's fine.
Well, they haven't put their hands up yet, I don't think, have they?
Sorry to disagree, but I think it would be extremely helpful and transparent and consultative for us to have a public meeting with respect to solid waste and the issue around this. People are in many communities in our township are very concerned about this, and you know, we could communicate, I think, sometime in June as we get more information. Right now, we're working a little bit in the dark. We have one councillor claiming that our charges are exactly the way they should be. We have a lot of accountants looking at this and saying, it's like the police charges, in other words, on market value assessment. So I think there needs to be some clarity around the actual associated costs, so that we can at least talk to knowledgeably to the public and let them know we're working on it. Otherwise, I think we're running away from a very thorny issue, and I know it's thorny and I know it's a hornet's nest, but I would encourage that we consider having something in June or July. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in first, and then we'll go to Councillor Bocek. But I think what we should be doing is, we know that there's a lot of real worry, real concern around this issue. We know that the risks out there are very great. We know that many a resident is quite insistent they don't get value for their district tax dollar, and they look at garbage collection as one of the few things they do get. whether that's fair or not. I think though what we have to do, and I think this is very important, is encourage people to come up with creative or workable ideas. I couldn't help but notice Councillor Douglas mentioning how popular the large object or hazardous waste pickups are. And, you know, those are services that are provided where in reality our resident has to do a fair bit of work. They got to somehow get that stuff to the site, and yet it's done with enthusiasm. And you know, I think that we have to open up our minds as much as possible to creative ideas, and if, you know, how, and let individual residents come forward with, you know, well, if you had a garbage pickup like X or like Y, I think a lot of people use, and we have to look at that, because the unfortunate thing here is this is a direct clashing of environmental responsibility versus cost and convenience. And a lot of people want to complain about cost or lack of convenience, but we also have to think about environmental responsibility. And so we have to, I just want to encourage a lot of us to not only council, but everybody we're dealing with, and everybody who may be paying attention or we may communicate with later, come up with creative ideas. Because if 1 out of 10 actually is a workable thing that we can make work, we need solutions that aren't typical in the province, because we are not a typical residence. We got over 50% of our residents are water access only. That means we have to come up with things that are different. So I just wanted to throw that in, that we have to think positively, creatively about how we can actually do this better, and then we'll work out the cost. Councillor Bocek.
Well said. From my perspective, obviously, I'm not dealing with island issues, but my constituents have constantly come to me and said, if you take the bins away, we're going to have to go to the transfer station. We go to the transfer station up on South Bay Road, and we have a mattress and a box spring. It's $50. $50, 25 each for the mattress and box spring. My residents would take it out back and burn it. They're not going to pay the $50. And that goes for everything that you take. I'm in the middle of renovating. I go up there on Sunday at 1 o'clock, and my little trailer full was $130, okay? I could have taken it in my backyard and burnt it. We need to allow people to go to our transfer stations. It's a cost, but if you want to deter them from dumping and burning and give some concessions because you're taking their bins away, I think this committee needs to look at our transfer stations and how we can accept this without it being a financial burden to our residents. So that's something we may add as a discussion to the Waste Management Committee.
Councillor Douglas, Councillor Wanko, we've really drifted off quite a bit here.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make a comment. I apologize because I can't pull my own report up, so I'm trying to remember what I wrote. I can't actually get it up on my computer right now. Part of what this resolution is all about is, I mean, it's the overall discussion of garbage and removal of waste. But what I'm asking for in this resolution, if I'm not mistaken from just having a glance at Councillor Wanko's screen here, is district, I believe, has already scheduled public meetings to be had for information sessions. What I'm asking for in this resolution is that we support and get notice off to district that we would like one of those meetings to be in this area at Baxter. So that's really what this resolution is about, is that yes, I do believe that there is meetings coming up for sure for information. Yeah, that's what I was told by Jessica. But anyways, if I'm wrong, then this is what I'm requesting, is that one is actually held in Baxter and not everything in Bracebridge, because there's a lot of people that won't be able to make it and won't be able to voice their opinions, for sure. And to your point about getting creative, you know what, I think generally speaking, most people that have homes on lakes in Georgian Bay want to do the right thing. And so if you reach out to your public, and most places have Facebook and that, there are a number of people out there that are really on making things happen to do exactly what you're saying. We have somebody on our lake who's offered to pick up all the old batteries and did so last summer. They have a new drive on this year of picking up all the old fiberglass boats. and somehow working with the contractors to get them off the lake and figure out how to get them dismantled properly to dispose of them out of the bush. So there are people that really do want this to happen, and I think you're right. You just have to get creative in still providing this, regardless of what happens with these bins. We can still be doing large object, I'm sure, and various other things. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Yanko.
We did have a public meeting. It was in MacTier, and we only had 2 residents show up. That was the township public meeting, and I don't think there's any other meetings, public meetings planned for our area, and so right now everything's going through the committee. It's the next meeting with the committee where we're giving the consultants all our wonderful ideas, all our creative ideas of things for them to look at for our township. So I think if anybody has any creative ideas, I think the next committee meeting is probably the key thing to tell our consultants. Go away and look at creative ideas and come back and see if they can be applied to our township. So I think that's where we're going, because eventually our consultant will make the final suggestions on what we should do. As to the cost at the transfer station that Councillor Bocek brought up, the way that works is that when we originally negotiated our costs, the township said we will fund the cost of disposal of household appliances, fridges and so on. Other townships pay for that. Our township sponsors that. So if we were going to say, you know, wood was free, all of our disposal was free up at the transfer sites, the township would have to cover the costs. So that's a decision that council makes. Who pays what? If we wanted the public to pay for everything, that anything that goes up there, fridges and metal, would be charged like it is in other townships. So you have to decide what we were going to pay for and what the public's going to pay for. So it says, we say, we pay for what we get. So anyway, I just brought those issues up.
Councillor Coop.
I just want to respond to the request that's coming forward here in this resolution. And I support the idea of having a public meeting, and I support what our mayor is saying, which is listening.
Yeah.
And getting creative ideas. And where we can get creative ideas from our community and listen to our community, and I think it's important. I think that's what your request is here, and Councillor Douglas, and so I would like to support the resolution and that we have something to let our public and constituents know that we are listening, and we may get some good ideas. So I'd like to say we should move on with this. Thank you.
The motion reads, be it resolved, the council requests a public meeting to receive input from the public on proposed changes to the removal of roadside bins, and that the public meeting be held at the Baxter Ward Community Centre in 2020. Councillor Wienko.
If you're going to do that, you got to do it in the next month or so, because I say by July we have to have our final input into the district as a schedule that they have. So I see by June we'll have some of those ideas that we're going to be putting in place. So yes, I can see a public meeting in June telling people what we're going to do. But if you want input as to what we're going to do, you got to do that quickly, because come July we're going to give our report to the district. So I think it's all in timing. It's all in the timing.
Yeah. Speaking of timing, do you have in your records when our next waste management committee meeting?
I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, so am I, because I don't have it down on my calendar. So
They're trying to get a meeting with the consultants.
Okay.
And the district. Yeah, and all the people involved.
Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Cooper.
It was already on. As we've seen in the provincial review of municipalities, the date kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed until it was a year or so later. I think one of the mandates of this committee should be, we need our seasonal residents to be involved in these meetings, and we can't do that if we have to send a report in June. We need to push that back to September or something so that we can have input from all our constituents.
I'll support that resolution.
Okay.
Which resolution is that, to push the meeting?
Oh.
To the council.
You were the district council, when they came out with a schedule of activities in order to meet the November deadline. And I
It's already
don't-
been pushed back a year.
Which is already pushed back a year, so you're not gonna get a change in the November. I'm gonna argue at our next EPW meeting that having our input by July seems to be awful early in the process, because that gives the district 4 months their report. I would love to have a resolution from this council saying, no, we're not gonna give it to you in July, we'll give it to you in September, like it or not. And I would be more comfortable with that, because right now, I don't have a lot of power going into this meeting with, 5 other councilors who probably support the July date. And so a resolution for September, I would love to have that from this council, and that would give us more time for a consultation, because consulting the public now, no one's going to show up. We have to get into June and get those creative ideas and let it mature through our committee for a couple of months.
May I suggest, I'm going to make a friendly amendment to this motion, which nobody has yet moved, so we can do that. Council requests, I'm going to say public meetings, I'm going to make it plural, public meetings to receive input from the public on proposed changes to the removal of roadside bins, and that the public meetings be held at the Baxter Ward Community Center in the spring and summer of 2020.
And we not add in, and that we will have our report to the district.
I think that'll be a second motion.
Okay.
So I want to get this one first.
Both of them.
I have a blank in front of me that has actually been moved and seconded.
That's a different one.
Oh. I was getting excited here. I thought I had real power. Okay, so council requests public meetings to receive input from the public on proposed changes to the removal of roadside bins, and that the public meetings be held at the Baxter Ward Community Center in the spring and summer of 2020. Councilor Wienko.
You only mentioned bins. That's important that we get that issue resolved as soon as possible, but if we go beyond bins, I think we have to bring the public in. If you're gonna make everybody go to the transfer site for everything, I think the public's gonna have something to say about that.
Okay.
So I think it should go, maybe the first one could be on bins, but the second one could be on a larger issue, and find out where the public wants to go on that, because I think you're gonna have a lot of pushback on.
I've made another amendment. I'm going to say, proposed change the removal of bins and future solid waste collection. Councilor Douglas?
Okay, this really doesn't really have impact on that, I don't think, but if the staff's gonna go away and give us some dates on this, suggestions for your community when you think people will attend, because is it like a Friday night or a Sunday on the way home or a Saturday? Are people gonna come, you know what I mean? Like, what's the best for the community?
It has to be, usually it's a Saturday.
Saturday? Okay. Just so I can, myself, sort of say something to the community. This is what we're planning.
And I think it'd be late June or early July,
Yep.
Saturday morning.
Okay.
Sorry, just need some time to tie in.
Well, we don't have to wait for
for a few minutes. And it's not Corona.
Okay.
Can I
But I'm more worried about you than me at this point. I'm going to try this one more time. Be it resolved, the council requests public meetings to receive input from the public on proposed changes to the removal of roadside bins and future solid waste collection, and that the public meetings be held in the Baxter Ward Community Center in the spring and summer of 2020. All those in favor? So that's carried unanimously. Now we need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Douglas might want to move it. She started. So now we have a possibility of a second motion, Councilor Wienko, with regards to a council support for you chatting with district.
Yeah, if you're drafting something, I would like to say the idea that since we are a seasonal community, well, seasonal and largely water access community, it would be, it's necessary to work people in the late spring and summer in order to get their feedback. Therefore, it's going to be difficult to have a final report by the end of August, and that we maybe like to have extension until September. Something to that effect. But just because we are a unique township.
Okay, what I got so far, I got, be it resolved that as the Township of Georgian Bay is a municipality with more than 85% of our residents seasonal, we request that the district extend the deadline for municipal input.
Our input, maybe it's our township. Because other ones can probably easily meet the August deadline.
To September?
Yeah, end of September.
Okay, what I've drafted is, be it resolved that as the Township of Georgian Bay is a municipality with more than 85% of our residents seasonal, we request that the district extend the deadline for our township input to the end of September 2020. Councillor Hastings.
I think you should include something about water access as the majority there, because that will differentiate us from the other townships in the district, because they too are majority seasonal. They'll read that and they'll go, well, you're no different than anybody else. But if
Well, there, no one's any, the whole district is 50% seasonal, so we are by far the highest ratio, but about 15% or something. No, in the Muskoka Lakes, I think 15% roughly are water access only.
Right. I'm just saying, seasonal residents are 60% of the district.
Oh, is it 60?
Of the district.
Of the district, yeah.
Not water access.
All right, I've added in as the Township of Georgian Bay, sorry, be it resolved that as the Township of Georgian Bay is a municipality with more than 85% of our residents seasonal and with over half our residents being water access only, we request a district extend the deadline for our township input to the end of September 2020. Of course, we should say into the solid waste, what the input is into. Okay, I keep on modifying this. Input, input. Yeah, this one's almost entirely.
Well, you get to say input to the ministry response.
Okay, I'm ending it with our township input to the solid waste collection report to the ministry to the end of September 2020. That's a little bit awkward, but I think we got the intent. Shall I try to read the whole thing? Oh, I got one vote already. Be it resolved that as the Township of Georgian Bay is a municipality with more than 85% of our residents seasonal, we request the district extend the deadline for our seasonal, with over half our residents being water access only, we request the district extend the deadline for our township input to the solid waste collection report for the ministry to the end of September 2020. All those in favor?
You can't vote on it, I haven't signed yet.
You can have a
Nobody signed it?
Okay.
and if no one touches it,
Mr. Wayenko can remove that. And then what we could, you want to break for lunch now, or do you want to do a couple more items first? Well, everybody wants to break for lunch.
And can I ask that this be sent up to the district ASAP, because my meeting's next Wednesday. I'd like to have that in front of all the councilors.
Madam Clerk, can that be done?
It can be, I'm gonna retype that.
Okay.
To them, but I'll get it done by the end of today.
If you,
Send a
yeah.
copy right to Fred Yon.
Yeah, I'm gonna retype it though.
Yeah, make it a little-
And the committee man, chair, which is Phil Hardy.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, let's break
There's a
for,
lot of arrows.
let's break for lunch. Or do
You
you?
didn't officially call for the vote.
Oh, all those in favor? All right, I've officially called for the vote. Shall we break for? Can we break for lunch? And do you want to reconvene at 1:45? Sure. Do a half-hour lunch? Okay, we're reconvening in 33 minutes. Council, I have a rather lengthy motion that I'm going to read to you. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). A, Council closed session minutes of February 10, 2020. B, personal matters about personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Request for reduction or cancellation of taxes. C, labor relations or employee negotiations. The OPSU ratification. D, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, in security of property of municipality or local board. Staff attendance, personal matters, and all over again, and medical leave and vacancies. Holy smokes. Vacancies.
So it's not a good thing.
All those in favor of vacancies. And that is carried. I'm afraid we're relocating to next door.
So that's not a good thing, was it?
Oh.
It almost looks like an O or a
Like a-
D. I'm not really sure.
Well, and I'm just getting a little.
It's kind of
You will make this legible. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at whatever time it is, 2:46 p.m. with a report. All those in favor? Sorry, hold this. Now we've agreed to be out of closed. Okay. Are we ready for me to read the next one? So now I have, be it resolved, the council received Financial Services Report 2020-09, and the council understands that without a 357 application, there's no authority under the Municipal Act to write off, cancel, reduce, or refund taxes. And the council understands that the loss of business due to the closing of the road has caused some hardships, and the council, without prejudice, directs staff to resolve the matter at a maximum of accumulated penalty and interest, and the council directs staff to refund 3 months of the 2017 taxes, and that the offer will expire on June 30th, 2020 if the remainder of the taxes are not paid. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Now, getting back to our regular council agenda. I do not believe we finished our new business. The next item is 10E, voluntary ban on single-use plastics, and this was Hazelton and Jarvis. Who is going to take the lead?
So this was brought to my attention by one of our constituents who considered that this was a good topical, politically correct strategy. We have already passed a single-use plastics bylaw in our township. But really the purpose of this was to raise the visibility of this, see what another township is doing that is nearby, and ultimately direct staff to prepare a bylaw for consideration of council.
Mr. Jarvis, do you want to add to that before we take Councillor Wienko?
Yes, please. And I know, having talked to our Director of Sustainability, that we already have lots of stuff in effect here. I think it's something we just need to make more evident on our website. I think it's very important that awareness is a good hunk of trying to ease the use of plastics, and if we can show people that we're making every effort here, then I think it'll help bring things along.
Councillor Wienko.
Maybe you can remind me, what resolutions have we passed on this issue already? I thought we already had one on single-use plastics. So maybe Jessica?
It was policy number 005-2020, and it was I apologize. It was report number 21907 with respect to the single-use plastics policy, and it was adopted in June of last year. I'm not sure, Your Worship, what a bylaw would do over a policy, but maybe that's the clerk's discretion on that one.
Councillor Jarvis?
Just a helpful thought. I think that, again, I don't know if we need any kind of anything formally passed here. I just think I think we're trying to raise the profile of the implications of single-use plastics on the environment. And again, if we are more open and about what we're doing here, that may will help the rest of the community participate in like manner.
Councillor Hazelton.
To some degree, this reinforces what David Sweetnam was talking about this morning, which is reduction of plastics across the board, filtering out plastics, understanding that foam flotation in docks and so on is similar problems. So this is, yeah, to me this was a much more visible strategy than I thought we had. And given that we have discretion to reinforce or enforce a bylaw, trying to set an expectation in the township of what people should be doing by a bylaw may may continue to raise the visibility and expectation.
Councillor Yanko.
I'm a little confused here. They want a bylaw passed to control the behavior of our staff? Like, I thought bylaws were more or less for the public, that we would enforce on the public, but to pass a bylaw to force our staff to do something doesn't seem to make quite sense.
I'm going to say to our Director of Sustainability, as opposed to using your first name, because this suffered too much abuse recently.
Your Worship, we have a single-use policy that encourages staff to make appropriate decisions with respect to municipal dollars being spent on single-use plastics.
And I think what we're talking about here is expanding that, and I don't know if we need how much of a resolution we need or direction, but I think one of the purposes of all this is to expand that to not only further encourage everybody within this building, I happen to see a single-use plastic over there on the counter, but also to get it out into the community. As we well know, we can go across the street or down the road and there's single-use plastics being served to us on a regular basis, and I think we want to see some of that being more and more discouraged as we go along.
Your Worship, if it's the appetite of council, we can definitely move this into a campaign format where we encourage policy with respect to people renting our facilities and being able to stretch our authority within municipal structures that we have would probably be reasonable to do. Habitual change is just that, it would be habitual change. But it's difficult for us to enforce a plastic use bylaw with the present staff. Like, it'd be very difficult for us to do, and I think that we would be creating an adversity to the issue. I would welcome the idea, if it's council's direction, to move it forward to the next step, which I feel would be putting policy in place in all our facilities with respect to all of our rentals.
And I think, and I'm about to hand it over to Councillor Douglas, but I think what's key about the sample is in front of us, the first word is voluntary. So I don't think we're talking bylaw enforcement quite yet.
No.
Councillor Douglas.
It's a little off, thank you. It's a little off topic a little bit. I just had a curiosity beyond what's being discussed here. Who mandates or who is the authority to say we no longer will allow plastic bags to be used in grocery stores and so on within the township? Is that there's an entire ban in the whole of New Zealand. You can't get a plastic bag in any store you go into, and I think that is absolutely fantastic. So is that done municipally or is that done provincially?
Well, we know the feds are considering it, the province. I think some municipalities have made some forms of bans, but I don't know the details.
I believe it's a declaration, and then we had talked about this before, that if you were to do a declaration perhaps about plastic straws or bags, then you would enter into a campaign program where we would provide an offsetting incentive for that business to be able to be part of the declaration, which would perhaps provide a one-time stipend to help make that transition, so that, for example, if you were to do the Honey Harbour Town Centre, which isn't necessarily franchised, perhaps that owner would be interested in the one-time incentive and then no longer offer plastic bags in their buildings, and then a declaration from the mayor and propaganda and support for media campaigns would be provided, which is certainly helpful for the business community. We could move it to the next phase if you'd like to. It's not a budgeted item for 2020, but that doesn't mean it's not a passionate item. And if it's the will of council, we can do perhaps 10 declarations for 2020 and offer a $200 stipend for each business that signs up for it, and then allow the program to grow in 2021.
If I could just finish on that little vein there, I don't know what it's going to take to get this started, but I really think we should be moving in that direction. I mean, we talk a big story here about our environment, and while we're on this, one of our biggest problems is, as you know, David Sweetwater was mentioning today, our plastics. And so I think at some point somebody's got to cut the cord and just say, we no longer allow this in our township. No plastic bags. You know, bring your cloth bags, your baskets to, I mean, this has been going on for years in other countries. So why, you know, when we're so concerned about our environment, are we not imposing that if we have some ability to do so? So I would like to have that hit the floor, whether you need a resolution or.
And I think the debate, and I think we can all appreciate this, is encouragement versus what actual legal authority. But I think we can encourage, but I had Councillor Hazelton and Councillor Jarvis both have had their hands up to add to the conversation.
Thank you. I have to confess I didn't have my thoughts fully formalized on this, and therefore I didn't have a recommended resolution that I wanted to get passed. But I do appreciate and thank Jennifer for her ideas of taking it to the next level. I would be quite comfortable if she wanted to champion this topic and take it to the next level, whatever that might be in your mind for now. And then this might come back up, 6 months, 9 months from now to maybe formalize into the next level beyond that. I'd be quite comfortable with that.
So that being the case, Your Worship, if it's your will of council, then I would think that the next level would be plastic straws and plastic bags.
Councillor Jarvis?
I think it's interesting, having read through the motion to voluntary ban here that's on our screens from Clearview. How do you pass a motion that says whatever's going to happen is going to be voluntary? It almost sounds like an oxymoron. But anyway.
Who are you calling?
Anyway, I like the idea. That would be my preference. I think what my intent here was to provoke some discussion and somehow raise the profile of what we're doing, and from that encourage the community to be more aware and therefore reduce on their own. I think if we can start working towards, as you suggest, reducing, and I love your idea of totally eliminating things like plastic bags and straws, and I'm all for it. I think the general store, there may be some monetary issues there, but I'm sure we can encourage them somehow, and I would like that very much.
I would feel comfortable, Your Worship, with 10 businesses declaring a straw-free environment in our food and beverage, and I feel comfortable that with the relationship we have with the business community, we could get 10 businesses in the township to commit to no plastic bags for summer 2020. I think that's a reasonable goal, and we can do that voluntarily through our social media and through ad campaigns to get them to come to us, and with that, we could give them an offer of, the mayor would declare, you'd get a sign up in your building, you would get, a small stipend from the municipality. I'd have to flush it out and bring it back to council, but I'd be more than happy to do that. That's definitely the way of the township.
Councillor Yanko.
Yeah, I think the three big ones, there's one in Honey Harbour, and there's the hardware store at Mac Tier, and also the grocery store up there, because they both use plastic bags. So if you can nail those three down, that would be great.
So I apologize. Those wouldn't be the choices I would make because they're franchised firms.
Yeah.
I would choose smaller stores like
Independent.
Betty Joe's Muskoka Station Store in Mac Tier, or Honey Harbour Town Center, or the Hive stores where they're not franchised and under corporate control, to be able to have success in the campaign before we take on the big guns with franchises.
But I do think you should keep those franchise stores well aware of what we're doing and encourage them to see what they could do, if you know what I mean.
It would be my pleasure to hassle them.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm glad for that confirmation. Councillor Bocha, were you stretching before, or were you putting your hand up? I couldn't tell.
My hand up. I've seen on the global news that Home Hardware had eliminated plastic bags and gone 100% with paper bags nationwide, and is a Canadian company. The only problem is the negative impact on social media way outweighed the positive that they were going to do, because then they showed a paper bag at the cashier and 15 pieces of plastic being put into the bag to take home.
Oh.
Right? Everything you buy is made of plastic,
Yeah,
or so it kind of had bad press, but I think it's a great idea.
You get those same images at grocery stores.
Yeah, that's right.
When they wrap a coconut in plastic.
Or bananas, or God knows what else.
Our clerk is drafting a resolution for our consideration, I believe, are you not?
It's not the best.
Oh.
Yeah, but aren't the provinces in issues that's looking at a source, that source, producer pay? The packaging itself is like, England is, yeah, but they're talking about doing
I have a draft resolution for our consideration, and that be it resolved, the council direct the Director of Sustainability to report back to council with further opportunities to reduce single-use plastics at businesses throughout the Township of Georgian Bay. All in favor? That's unanimous. Apparently,
I just wanted to identify your
Please.
worship. I mean, we can leave it general like that, but if your target is for 2020 plastic straws and plastic bags,
Well-
then a resolution that has those words in it would be helpful.
you want this to be more specific?
Yes.
I do.
Oh,
It just gives some backbone to staff for be able to identify why we're not choosing margarine containers and,
and you're picking plastic bags and plastic straws,
that's correct.
not necessarily water bottles?
Oh, no, it's a
Cutlery.
very difficult campaign to engage in when we have social services and fire protection and our own staff in the heat waves using plastic bottles because of health and safety issues. That it's very difficult for me to, for anybody in sustainability to show that program when we have our own team participating in that. Well, we're here's hoping, but our Public Works Department uses plastic water bottles in the heat waves when, and the fire department does, not to focus on Brad's story, but, and the fire department as well in an emergency situation, so.
Okay, we've modified it by adding a few extra words. It now reads, be it resolved, the council direct the director, I like direct the director, but okay. Direct the Director of Sustainability to report back to council with further opportunities to reduce single-use single-use plastic bags and straws at business throughout the Township of Georgian Bay in 2020. Does that meet with is that specific enough?
Yes, thank you. I'll be happy to report back in, before the summer to be able to put together a campaign. Just fair warning, I'll be asking for a little bit of money to be able to offset this campaign. It's outside of the budget, so.
I think council's looking forward to your report.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the modified, and that's again carried unanimously. Okay. Next one, for some reason that I don't fully understand, has my name on it. But what we did was share with you the fact that there was a community in Minnesota was actually giving fairly significant amount of money to some of their residents to convert their grass yards into what they called bee lawns by putting the appropriate type of clover in their lawns. But I wanted that just to be reduced to a request of staff as a further expansion of, I know that Brad has been working on some areas to cut back on the lawn cutting to have more natural areas for pollinators and the like, is that whether there's an opportunity to provide things like clover seed or similar wildflower seeds to people to our residents in the township, to also encourage people privately to convert more and more of their yards to a more natural environment for our insects. Councillor Jarvis.
Can I add to that? Well, actually, first off, I think if you gave me $900,000, I'd be more than happy to convert my lawn to, just as they did in Minnesota.
I don't know how much of a lawn you have, and it was like in their case, it was up to $500 per.
Anyway, I just suggested that maybe we could team up with the Biosphere Reserve on this, or the SSEA, because I know the SSEA does the tree and plant distribution. I'm not sure if we can team up with those guys on that, but it might be some options we can look at.
And I'd also point out that the Biosphere Reserve has a natural plant program this spring as well, and I think we already promote those, do we not? And I think that they could be further promoted, the opportunities to buy trees and natural native plants.
We do. We partner with them each year, and it's a great program.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, I guess, but you picked out some areas where you want to do this, but I would like to see that we get some kudos on it, but I think there should be a sign on those lawns saying what we're doing, because some of these lawns, people will question about, why does this lawn look so messy, it hasn't been cut for a long time, and people may not understand it, so I think if you're going to be doing certain areas or certain lawns, there should be some kind of sign on it indicating what we're trying to do. Is that a possibility?
If I just, I'm sorry, it might be me. I thought we were talking about the clover and the naturalization was a separate.
Have you
part.
not been in council long enough to know that we tend to expand our conversations?
The signage of any areas that are naturalized is included in the report and is something that would definitely be required. I would suggest a 4x4 sign.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bochek.
Speaking of going off topic, could we promote signs that say, let's get some buzz or something like that? Bees,
Can you specify the type of buzz?
bee buzz.
That be used,
Great buzz. Okay, we're off topic.
Councillor Bochek, sir.
So I endorse this 100%. The province has already made it mandatory that we can't use pesticides or herbicides of any kind anymore. So the only fallout we're going to have from this is if our soccer field over at the Baxter Ward Community Center is encouraged to grow wildflowers, they all turn to seed and they all blow off onto the neighbors' lawns, and you're going to have a huge outroar of neighbors saying, "Come fix my lawn, anyways. I deal with this on a daily basis because part of our business is landscaping, and I will support anything to do with natural wildflower growth. It doesn't matter. So you have my support on it.
Councillor.
So Brett, I'm just kind of curious about the locations that you're talking about here. Are you also including, I know we brought this up earlier about the milkweed. Does that include the milkweed not being cut?
Through the mayor, I believe a milkweed policy came 2 or 3 council meetings ago.
So this is the same areas kind of?
Totally separate, yes.
It's totally separate?
Yeah, these are 4 specific properties that we have.
Yeah, okay.
I guess we're into the naturalization now,
Well, it's-
whether I like it or not.
That's in CAB, we're still in council, we're just talking about, do we want to, we're so far off topic, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Councillor Douglas.
Semi-related.
It's on the topic of caring for the environment, correct, and the insects and whatnot, but specifically this item was, does council want staff to bring forward a report that would provide some kind of subsidization or providing, similar to SSEA with providing the trees, do we want clover seed provided to our residents to encourage them to naturalize their lands, their private properties, not township lands? So the milkweed, the naturalization areas, those are all township lands, which are dealt with separately. This is specific to redoing.
Okay, I understand. Sorry to get off topic.
Well, I'm gonna read the resolution, but I'm also gonna suggest that we modify it a little bit, but I'll read it first.
Okay.
The current resolution, be it resolved that council directs staff to bring forward a report regarding the township providing clover seed during the spring for planting by residents and property owners as part of the Township of Georgian Bay's ongoing commitment as a bee city, Canada. And I'm just wondering whether we should expand that from clover seed to other possible naturalization.
That was kind of what I was thinking
Yeah.
of, but thank you for the clarification on that. So just getting back to that, I think it's an overall.
Microphone.
Project. Not just for the, but maybe if this can be incorporated was, whatever. Anyways, it's getting a little late, we're jumping around from one schedule to another, so I think it's a great idea, I support it, but I'd also like to see some signage up that we are, as a township, that we're initiating this, because I think that campaign would go a long way with everything else we're doing with the environment, that to encourage people to do it on their own as well. I mean, we're part of it, but,
Great, feed the geese.
yeah. I don't know if we can do that or not, but.
Councillor Jarvis.
Sorry, might be getting into the weeds on this. Can we just be sure that what we encourage are native plants as opposed to something that might be introduced? That's all I'm getting at. There are clovers that are native to the community and there are clovers that are not, and I don't know whether this one qualifies or not.
Through the mayor, I actually, that was insightful of you. I don't think the clover they are giving away in Minnesota is native to this area.
Yeah.
I now have it be it resolved that council directs staff to bring forward a report regarding the township providing native clover seed and other native naturalization seeds during the spring for planting by residents and property owners as part of the Township of Georgian Bay's ongoing commitment as a Bee City, Canada. All those in favor? All right, we'll go on to the next topic to see if how far we can drift. Okay, where am I? Where? Okay. Councillor Jarvis, the next topic is ban of single-use disposable wipes.
Yeah, again, I wanted this, bring this forward for discussion, if I would need it, I wonder.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we'll check this.
Couldn't hear me through his microphone? I'm curious to know what our situation is with regards to single-use wipes and their impact on, if any, in the sewage treatment facility that we currently have, that we use, and whether that's something we should be addressing or not.
Through the mayor, I'm assuming these are bathroom wipes as opposed to surface, Lysol and Clorox wipes?
Correct, the ones that they, I believe, are advertised as flushable.
So we don't operate the sewage treatment plant. We haven't asked directly yet about this. The plant there is really under capacity, so I don't know how much of a problem they could cause at this time for that plant. When I was working elsewhere, they were causing problems. So that's a no answer, I think.
Okay, and then further on to that, and maybe we could have it addressed by the Director of Sustainability, but I would encourage us to somehow get the word out that they may say flushable, but they're not, because I don't think they're going to do anybody's septic system any good either. So it's best that they just not be used.
Just wondering whether or not this time in our health crisis is a good time to discuss this. We may be by force introducing sanitization wipes, and what we can do is encourage them to be recycled in some way by the way we treat them, but I
think we misunderstand. There are specific wipes that are used instead of toilet paper. They are listed as flushable and to be used in that manner only, not the ones that you would. No, there are, like, it's check out the drugstore next time you're in there. There are wipes that are advertised on TV, advertised as flushable, and the intent is that they get used in a situation where they would be naturally flushed down the toilet, as opposed to those that you would use for cleaning a countertop or your hands and throwing in the garbage, which is something that's an entirely different situation. So I don't know how you handle that, but it is something that has become evident to some people, and particularly, I know I saw this on a news report, and they really do, and sewage treatment plants in large urban centers get really mucked up with these things. They totally make a mess of the whole system.
But would it be okay if we don't want to be accused of passing the buck, but this is a district matter.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for the municipality to comment.
That's
yeah.
why I wanted this brought for discussion, for clarification. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
That'd be great if we
I
could
would
go
like
that
to
way.
add to that,
Okay.
what concerns me is this is a very lengthy motion that includes giving us direction to talk to the Prime Minister of Canada,
I give you
amongst
direction.
others.
That's okay. I would give you that direction.
About these particular wipes. I'm not sure that we, in our municipality, not operating a sewage plant, which is one of the problems, one of the biggest consequences, really would be listened to that carefully. If we were to contact the Prime Minister and say, our sewage plants, which we don't have, has a problem with.
We might want to use it as a public notice to discourage it in the cases of those people that have alternate sewage treatment facilities such as septic tanks, because again, they don't work. But if we can go to the district with regards to the sewage, that'd be great.
Councilor Douglas kept her hand up the longest, so she gets to speak first.
So the only thing that I would wonder if we have any issue with here is, are we going to have any recourse coming back from the companies that's all saying
considering that Prince Edward County and Bracebridge...
Your microphone, sir. You haven't been recognized by the chair, and Councillor Wienko had his hand up before you, so you've lost your turn. Councillor Wienko, did you want to speak to this?
I think the appropriate action is maybe talk to the district to find out if it's an issue at the district level. And I don't know if I want to take it up directly myself, but maybe we can have Jessica over here talk to talk to the district to find out if it's an issue or not. And if it's not an issue, then I wouldn't go forward with it.
Councillor Jarvis.
We're looking at a motion right in front of you from the corporation of the town of Bracebridge, exactly to that effect, that they do not want them being used, they're discouraging their use and flushing, period. That's what's here. It's as part of the discussion, that, and there's Prince Edward County's one other, and there are others also. It is definitely a problem. It is definitely being addressed by cities, and if Bracebridge is doing it, then I presume other municipalities with sewage treatment plants are looking at it very seriously.
Well, see, we have in front of us the lengthy Bracebridge motion, and right now our clerk is drafting up something much shorter, I presume, because she's doing it by hand, but I don't know what it reads yet. That would be the easiest.
Yeah, I would go with that. If we could go ahead and just support what's gone forward already from the town of Bracebridge and Prince Edward County, or whatever it's called, Municipality of Prince Edward, then I'd be happy with that. I would like to encourage our Director of Sustainability to look at something as well, but maybe that's down the road up for further discussion between myself and her.
Just copy the Prime Minister.
The motion that has just been drafted says, be it resolved, the council provide a letter to the District of Muskoka supporting the town of Bracebridge motion 20-GC-032/033 regarding the concerns of single-use disposable wipes.
Okay.
Yep.
All those in favor? All right, that's carried. Mr. Jarvis, the next item is yours as well, tourism-oriented destination signage fee increase.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody on Seg Bay yet, but I know we have a couple of business owners here. I know that business owners can advertise on the highway via signage, and there's a fee, and that fee's gone up substantially. And I know that a lot of, right here we have Halliburton protesting the increase, and I'm wondering if it's affecting, or is it having an effect on our community businesses at all, and should we be supporting them with a similar type motion because of that? That's all.
Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good topic, because the signs you see on the highway, the blue signs, are owned by a company called Todd's, and Todd's has very restrictive policies on who and who cannot advertise on those signs. You can't have a variety store and advertise on it, or it has to be tourism resort oriented, and the destination, and the wording has to be such. And you're right, the cost has gone for a single line that says Raleigh Lodge up to about $1,500 a year. So there needs to be alternatives to that, and I've read through a lot of the Halliburton's delegation. I think, once again, we need to support it. We don't need to come up with something by ourselves. I think it's well written.
What I have in front of me reads, whereas the Ministry of Heritage, Sports, Tourism and Culture and the Ministry of Transportation supervise the delivery and maintenance of tourism-oriented destination signage through a third party, Canadian Todd's Limited, and whereas our tourism stakeholders and other enterprises rely heavily on this signage to direct customers to their businesses, and whereas Canadian Todd's Limited recently advised their customers that fees will be doubling beginning in 2020, and whereas this will result in significant financial hardship for those business owners, now therefore be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay Council requests that the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport and the Minister of Transportation reconsider or phase in this fee increase, allowing an appropriate amount of time for businesses to adjust. and that those municipalities that support this resolution be requested to advise the ministers noted above and their local MPP of their support. All those in favor? That's one of the fastest ones we've done today. That is carried. Now, we've done all that. We've done closed session. Matter arising from closed session, we did that. We have a bylaw. And the bylaw, what we have now is, be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2020-035, being a bylaw with respect to prohibiting the feeding of wildlife within the Township of Georgian Bay. This is a matter, of course, that has been discussed a number of times by this council. Anyone want to add to that discussion? All those in favor? Sorry, Councilor, did you vote on this matter? Did you vote in favor? Okay. This is carried not unanimously. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2020-036, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the March 10, 2020 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 3:23 p.m. until Wednesday, April 15th, 2020 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? Now, don't pick anything up because we have a cow meeting. And remember, the agenda is set by staff, not by the mayor, so don't blame the mayor. How's that? That wasn't fair, I know. Okay, I'd like to call by the way, it's scheduled, the committee of whole will be called at 1 p.m. or immediately following council. So I'm going to call it to order at 3:23 p.m. Does anybody have any declaration of pecuniary interest with regards to the cow? I see none. There's a motion, be it resolved, the committee of the whole adopts the regular agenda of the March 10th, 2020 regular March 20 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. We have an open forum. Nobody signed up for the open forum? All those in favor of not having open forum? Good, that's carried.
That wasn't an actual motion, but okay.
Yes, I know.
Let's go with that.
Well, it's at a certain hour, so, you know.
Yeah.
Operations Report 2020-07, Naturalization of Township Property. Mr. Sokash, I presume that's your report?
Thank you, Worship. This isn't a deja vu, is it?
Only time will tell.
So what we're proposing is to start naturalizing some areas. We've had a couple of small pilot areas, one out in front of the Community Services building, one at the Honey Harbour landing by the library. They were just small areas that were done by the Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve, and they've been really interesting to watch develop and to see how the bees especially behave around them, and as well as the other gardens with other plants that we've planted. So we've had further discussions with the Biosphere Reserve and about naturalizing some other areas. We had money in the budget this year. We were going to do some work in front of the Community Services building to basically till up the soil that's there, put in some plantings, and try and encourage that to naturalize. And the Biosphere Reserve suggested just leave it alone and let it naturalize on its own, maybe put some plantings in yourself, and then for the next few years go in and do some basically weeding of invasive species in order to promote native plants and keep out the invasive species. So we're proposing actually 4 areas to do, not just the front of the Community Services building, since we'll have some money available, and we would like to reduce the amount of grass we have to cut and the impact we're having to some of the, like sometimes when the guys are out, they'll hit a snake or hit something else, and it's pretty stressful on them. Either way, we're proposing 4 areas right now to try out, and then basically let them go fallow, if that's the right word, do some selective weeding throughout the year, do some plantings, and then see how things change. We'd put up signage, as Councillor Douglas suggested, and Councillor Wienko suggested, so that people understand what's happening, and report back in the fall, and hopefully it would be successful, and we'd have some other areas to propose.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko, Councillor Bochek, Councillor Douglas, was your hand? Okay, and then Councillor Travis.
Same questions I was.
No, I just, out in front of the community service building here, I'm just concerned that you let all the grass go and it all looks shabby, and it just makes the whole municipal office area look shabby. Is there any way that you can leave maybe some gardens around the edge, so, you know, there's some plan to this whole mess?
Through the mayor, we have discussed doing that, especially cutting a strip.
Is your microphone on, sir?
Sorry? We have discussed that, especially leaving a strip along the far side of the parking lot, so it is defined. Otherwise, it looks like we're just being overtaken.
Yeah.
So, yes, and I think we'd have to do that at the MacTier Library, and I don't know about the arena, because the grass is kind of in the back. But there are some areas that will have to be.
Is there possibility of adding some color to this thing? Because if it looks all green, people think, well, it's gone to seed and everything else, but is there any way we can plant some flowers and make some color of the whole thing?
Through the mayor, I would definitely like to do that, and I think some of the plants that the pollinators like are nice and colorful.
Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
I think this is a great initiative, and I certainly support it. And in reading it, I thought, we demand that developers in subdivisions offer up land in lieu or money in lieu to do their development. So say a development may have to give up an acre of land to the township. And for a typical example, Heath Valley Trail and Lone Pine Road, at the end of Heather's Bay, which is one of those that was given to the township by Tickners, we cut that.
Yeah.
Let's not cut it. Let's let it grow wild.
Through the mayor, that's on the list.
Okay.
For some reason, it's known as Genmac Park. No idea where that came
I
from,
don't know
but
where
that's
that came from either.
what we call it.
Okay.
Just answered my question.
So, but we do, like, the new development that's going here, Oak Bay, whatever, we're given land in concession, and they're little park areas, and we tend to waste time mowing them when they should be left in a natural state. That's what I believe.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis, your question has been answered. Anyone else wish to speak to this matter? Perhaps, Mr. Sokash, you had your arm, or you're stretching.
Thank you. I'm not stretching. I maybe have the guts now. But one of the areas that I didn't put on here and I waffled about was the Baxter soccer field. And I really don't have a good idea of how often that's used for sports events. I see people walking dogs there and doing yoga or stretching there. I don't know if council has an opinion on that or if it's something we wait to consider next year. It is a huge area.
Yeah.
So our past mayor, Larry Braid, used to run a soccer program there, and also there was Wendy Gorley ran baseball there. Both ceased to do anything. So there is no, outside of family reunions and things like that, where people pick up a baseball game or a soccer game, that's the only time that field gets used. And I really think that that's a very good piece of undeveloped land that could be part of this. The only problem is, it's right adjacent to Oak Bay, and if you let it grow completely wild, the people that manicure and keep their lawns in that planned subdivision are not going to be very happy with this.
Commissioner.
Your worship, I just want to let you know that there is an underground movement in the community to request of council to turn that into a dog park. So I believe that's probably forthcoming in the coming months.
I got turned down on that resolution
To
2 years
council.
ago.
Yeah, and they are Oak Bay residents that are asking for that because this spring and summer, they are unable to walk their dogs on the golf course, so they don't have a dedicated place for their dogs to play. So I just know that, and so.
So we'll leave it in abeyance for the moment, perhaps.
If, it would be a good idea to understand the temperature of that initiative.
Before we do anything.
Yeah, so if you were willing to discuss that, what the pros and cons would be of that.
Councillor Bocheck. Councillor Douglas, your hand up.
So I'm not sure if you involved the meeting a couple of years ago. I brought forth a motion from Oak Bay to turn a portion of the Baxter Ward Community Center into a dog walking. And it was met with opposition by staff saying we'd be responsible for dog bites and cleaning it up and fencing it, and the resolution got squashed. And that was a couple years ago. I have absolutely no problem reintroducing that resolution and supporting it going forward, because I think it is a necessity, but the council of the day did not want to move forward with that project. And I think our clerk could find that resolution in our
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I think if it hit the board again.
Microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. It'd be worthy of, it's hard to control this, isn't it? It'd be worthy of discussion, because I think we do have a lot of dog owners in this area, and I think that is a problem for Oak Bay, so I look forward to that coming. Now, getting back onto something else here to do with this particular resolution, Brad, I just have a question for you. Is there a possibility in the future, you know, I know if we want to try and eliminate or reduce the grass cutting on the sides of the roads, of doing this kind of naturalization to the sides of the road as well?
I wouldn't really recommend it, and the reason being, once the plants get established and get larger, the roots get larger. And as the roots move out, especially into the paved surfaces, they start to destroy the whole thing. And that's a large part of why we do cutting. There's also sight lines and whatnot, but in large part, and that's why we used to spray it. They used to spray it. This was before my time.
Councillor Cooper?
Being a dog owner, I think it would be nice to support using this area, and on top of which, even if the dogs could go on the golf course, you really don't want them to anyway because of the chemicals. A lot of dogs have passed on because of chemicals on golf courses. So, Carol?
Be ready for a resolution coming your way next month.
Fine. Brian's going to pick up.
The motion that's in front of me reads, be it resolved, the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that staff work with the Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve to initiate a pilot project consisting of the naturalization of the 4 properties described below in this report. And that the staff report back to the Committee of the Whole in the winter of 2020-2021 to receive direction on future efforts regarding the naturalization of township properties. All those in favor? And that is carried. Only if you have your microphone on.
Since we have the Honeybee Festival and it really relates to Honey Harbour, do we have a place down in Honey? Oh yeah, we're doing the library, are we? Any place else in Honey Harbour we can do?
When I spoke to staff, I got kiboshed on most of my ideas. There's the area down by the Delawana where the beach is. That's going to get ripped up anyways. It's part of construction. There's the area around the rink, but that's used by a lot of school kids, and they didn't think that was a good idea. So I'm sure there's properties I don't know about, but I can't, we weren't able to come up with any.
Okay. Next on our agenda is Indigenous Reconciliation Declaration. I'm sure you've all read it. And if it, I'm just going to, because it's I can't share this. Mr. Wayne, can you chair the meeting for a moment? Why can't you? Well, because this moment says I can't. Because I moved. I'm not going to read that motion.
Okay, we have the motion in front of you. We need a seconder on this. Unless you would like to. Okay. You have the motion in front of you. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none?
I think you would like to speak.
Okay.
I'm just going to express my very strong support for this motion, even though I know I'm the one who presented it and moved it. I think it's extremely important that we actually go through the formality of recognizing the recommendations that were made by the United Nations and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, because I think it's a very important step on our journey, and therefore I believe it's an important thing for us to do.
Maybe I should read this for the record, just in case people are... Yeah. Whereas, okay, this is, I can't remember who was moved by, somebody with a scribble, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay recognizes and respects the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923, within which the township sits. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay recognizes the purposes and principles set out in United Nations declarations on the rights of Indigenous people, and whereas the Township of Georgian Bay acknowledges and respects the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada 10 principles of reconciliation and 94 calls to action, and whereas Indigenous people have suffered historical and ongoing injustices, and whereas all people should engage with each other based on good faith, good governance, and respect for human rights, now therefore be resolved that the Corporation of the Township of Georgian Bay does hereby fully adapt, affirm, and implement the United Nations declarations on the rights of Indigenous people as a universal international human rights instrument and framework for reconciliation. That's call for action number 43. Recognize the 10 principles of reconciliation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada as guides to assist in repairing the damaged relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Recognize the 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada as paths to be taken towards reconciliation. Fully repudiate all concepts and any subsequent laws that justify European sovereignty over Indigenous people and lands, such as the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius. That's action number 47. Commit to provide education to staff, residents, and council on the history of Aboriginal people, including the legacy of residential schools, treaties and Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Aboriginal Crown relationships. And that's action number 57. Commit to protect any municipal sites where residential school children and Indigenous people are buried. That's action number 75. Commit to the development and implementation of an action plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people to achieve the objective as set out in this resolution. Amend to this resolution as an intricate part of the resolution the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the 10 Principles of Reconciliation and 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. It's a long one. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Carried. The last page, right? And I do it here. Okay. Not that list.
That one.
Thank you. Okay. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole is now adjourned at 3:40 p.m. until Wednesday, April 15th, 2020 at 1 p.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? We are now adjourned.